for the NASCAR Cup Series at the Phoenix Raceway for the running of the Shriners Children's 500. And here today, it is the fourth race of the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. And we have a full live commentary stream ahead of you, full flag-to-flag action for when this race begins. Obviously, with being a little bit early for this one, as we are usually for the NASCAR Cup Series live commentary race streams, we have a built-in pre-race for you here today. I'll be going through my predictions of who I think is going to run well, not run well for today's race. Fantasy advice. We'll highlight our fantasy league before the start, go through the starting lineup as well. And we have a trivia quiz, which is new to the channel this year for these live commentary Cup Series race streams. So appreciate everybody tuning in. Shout outs to those of you already in the chat down below. Nathan Perez, Samuel Sander, and Ty. You guys were waiting before the start of this stream here today. But appreciate everybody tuning in. Quickly, we're going to just get into this. We have about 40 minutes until the drop of the green flag for today's race. So we'll start off with our Sporkle quiz of the week. Sporkle.com with the NASCAR quizzes. In this week's quiz, since we are at Phoenix Raceway, and I try to keep it organized with whatever track NASCAR is going to, unless it's newer to the schedule like COTA was last week, we have for ourselves today whoever has led a lap at Phoenix Raceway. Now, this quiz is a little bit outdated, and I try to stay away from the outdated quizzes, but this one caught my attention because I've never seen one quite like this. Again, anybody who has led a lap at Phoenix, and the reason why I say it's outdated is I scrolled towards the bottom of the screen, and it said last updated April 2nd of 2017. So I would imagine that that is going to be after the spring race of 2017. So a lot of modern drivers who might have led at Phoenix in the last couple of years might not be on this list. We'll have to be leery of that. There are 86 drivers who have led a lap before that. I definitely know who a lot of the top guys are. And we got 18 minutes to figure this out, so let's hop into this. Chat can help me out. I'll be looking at the chat along the way. Phoenix has only been around since the late 80s, so I do think this isn't impossible to get all 86 names. We're going to start off with Kevin Harvick because this is a track that he dominated. He leads all time in laps led, and this isn't even the amount of laps he led because he still went on to lead more in those closing stages of his career. We're going to put Jeff Gordon because I know he's going to be up there towards the top. Surprised he didn't lead more than that, actually. We're going to put Tony Stewart. Kenseth's led a lot here. I mean, Earnhardt's going to be on the list. Got Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. Jr. actually led more. Mark Martin's definitely going to be up there. Jimmy Johnson is going to be up there on the list. Rusty Wallace was pretty good here. Yep. Alan Kulwicki won a race here, but I don't think he would have had enough races to be towards the top of the list. Still on the left side of the page. Just threw Harry Gant's name in there. Because it just popped to mind, you know. Greg Biffle. I was going to say he led a lot of laps here. Oh, that didn't work. Kyle Larson lead any laps before? Yep, okay. He did. Trying to think of guys who won here. Edwards is going to be up there. I really just went out of order with this one, but at least I'm thinking more sharply than last week. Newman, former winner. Busch is going to be up there. Kurt and Kyle, yep. Who else has won here before that we haven't put down yet? Boyer. Casey Kane. Hamlin. Another former winner. Yep, Hamlin's up there. Labonte. Got Terry and Bobby. I'll put Blaney. Yeah, we got Dave and Ryan. Elliott. You got Bill and Chase. Vickers probably led here. Yep. Scott Riggs. I think he had a pole here one year. Got one lap led. Scott Wimmer. That just came to mind randomly. Sterling Marlin. Stremme. Now I'm just going through a bunch of Sorensen. Ganassi guys. Reed Sorensen's on here. Jamie McMurray. Montoya. I have no clue. Wow, Montoya's got 116. I don't know why I just went through that Ganassi loophole, but it worked. We got a lot of them. Elliott Sadler's going to be on the list. Ricky Rudd, former winner. Who else probably would have won here in the 90s? Allison. Davey. Ernie Irvan, I think, has a win here. So he's probably going to be... I always spell his name wrong. There we go. Figured he'd be on the left side of the list. Over 100 laps led. I do have McMurray. Kyle Petty, yeah, that's a good one. Only 12, though. Jimmy Spencer was pretty decent at the shorter, flatter track, so I threw him up there. Another former Ganassi driver, too. Bobby Hamilton, 137 laps. Mike Skinner was pretty good at these tracks, too. Oh, he only led 3 laps, so he's still on there. Paul Menard, nothing. Burton was great at these tracks. Yeah, Jeff Burton's on there. Surprised Ward Burton didn't lead a lap. 2:22 for Jeff. Allmendinger. Thank you, chat, for that one. Again, our quiz for this week, anybody who's ever led a lap at Phoenix. This is only up through the spring race of 2017, so there might be some more recent names that aren't going to be on the list. Danica ever lead here? No. What about Almirola? He was good in the flatter tracks. Though this would have been before his SHR days, so no on that one. I already got him. JJ Yaley? Yep. It's a good poll. Tony Raines? Nothing. See, these are guys that might have been able. Steve Park. Good poll on that one. Who are some other like early 2000s guys? Jerry Nadeau. Nadeau's on here. Let's go Nemechek. Joe Nemechek's got 1 lap. Morgan Shepherd in the 90s ever lead here? No, he did not. All right. Casey Mears. Ooh, that was... I thought I got that one. Truex, yes. Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. is on here, up over 100. There's very few drivers with over 100 laps led at this track we haven't gotten yet. I definitely think I'm missing a lot from the... no, probably not him. Mike Bliss? Oh, what a poll. Mike Bliss. Who else have we... John Andretti? Oh, yes, 99. All right. We do have Marlin. Looking at the chat to see if there was any there that I haven't named yet. I don't think I see any. Nope. Patrick Chatterley, Emo Gene Blevins, thanks for tuning in. Billy Kramer, Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream. Frank Powers, welcome. Nathan Urich. Quick shout outs to those of you. Our quiz for this week is anybody who's ever led a lap at Phoenix. Got 86, 51 names up on the list. Who are some? Logano. Wow, Keselowski. Some big ones I was missing there. It only goes to 2017. So I was trying to think of more modern drivers that are still racing today that would have been around then. Lake Speed is a good poll, 1 lap. Derek Cope. Oh yes, 34 for Derek Cope. All right. Who else have we not named yet? There's probably a lot. Oh, you know what? Jarrett. Did not put Dale Jarrett on the list yet. Kenny Irwin might be on here. No, he's not. Michael Waltrip. Daryl and Michael are on the list. Got 58 out of 86. I did put Boyer already. There's no way BJ McLeod's on here. I don't think he was racing. Yeah. Josh Wise. I was just shot in the dark. Gilliland. David Gilliland, 6 laps. David Reagan. Ooh, there we go. Got 2 of the Davids. Alex Bowman. 194. That's right. He dominated that race in 2016. Had a good finish. William Byron wouldn't have been on here yet because he didn't start in the Cup Series yet. 2017. We got Larson. We've got Elliott. Regan Smith might be on here. Yep. Stanley Smith. Wow, it wasn't even Regan Smith. Stanley Smith, 12 laps. I would not have guessed that. That was a lucky one. I doubt you were thinking Stanley Smith either. um, Eric Jones? I think I tried that already. Yeah, because he would have been racing in 2017. Suarez? Okay. He's not on there either. Chastain is in back marker equipment. I didn't know if maybe he might have let a lap. I did put Ernie Irvin on here already. There's still one driver with over 100 laps led we haven't gotten yet. You got 7 minutes. Still got plenty of time. 24 names is going to be tough to come up with. But Chad Little. Oh my gosh, he led a lap. That was a shot in the dark. Ted Musgrave. Yeah, let's go 6 laps. These old Roush dudes. Oh, man. David Starr? No, I don't think so. Yeah, he wasn't really around in the Cup Series much. Christopher Bell wasn't around yet. Yeah, Austin Dillon might be on here. No, he is not. Never mind. Austin Dillon is not on the list. Stenhouse? Nope, he's not on here either. Trevor Bayne? No, he's not on here. I tried Jerry Nadeau already. Schrader. Kenny Schrader, got him. Scuttlebug5, thanks for tuning in. I've got Jeff Gordon. Anybody who's ever led a lap, this is on Sporkle.com, by the way, if you're wondering where this quiz is at. Any driver who's ever led a lap at Phoenix. You got 65 of 86 names. Boris Said's not going to be on here. There's no way. Worth a shot, though, I guess. I tried Scott Riggs. I was surprised he wasn't on here. Mayfield. Jeremy Mayfield was slipping by me. Yeah, he's on there. I didn't try Jeff Green yet. Oh, I thought I might have had one there. Look at my diecast. Am I forgetting anybody? It might be cheating a little bit. Sauter. He's probably not on here. Ah, it was cheating, but it didn't count anyway. I think I've got all the diecast guys behind me. Yeah, man, we are. Casey Atwood, he might be on here. Nice. 71 laps led. He did do oval races, but to lead a lap, that's tough. I mean, the reason why we got guys like Sorensen on here, this is probably during like green flag pit stops. Dave Blaney. Yeah, 4 minutes. Still got 19 names up there on the list. I tried Scott Riggs already. Brian Scott. Nope. Trying to think from like our NASCAR '08 gameplay who might have been racing around that time we haven't tried yet. That 149 laps led is throwing me for a loop. Everybody else is in single digits except for one other driver led 15. I already tried him though. They've only been racing there since the late 80s. I'm trying to think. There's got to be some names in the 90s I haven't named yet that I'm probably missing. That 149 laps led, that one's the only one bothering me right now. Everybody else, I mean, I'm going to know all the names pretty much because this list doesn't go back very far, all things considered. I do have Vickers. There's got to be some recent names I'm missing too. Because I haven't really thought about super recent names. Even drivers that are still in the Cup Series, but they've been racing since 2017. I'm probably missing some there also. Joey Gase ever? Yeah, that's probably not an old enough name. David Rudiman is a good one. Yep, David Rudiman. Michael McDowell. Yep, that's a recent name. Okay. Instantly, when you said Rudiman, I thought of him and McDowell. I tried Morgan Shepherd. He wasn't on here. I'll put his name in here again. I'm surprised he wasn't in the 90s. John Wood, no. Who else would have driven for the Wood brothers that might be on here? We might have all the Wood brothers names. Trickle? Dick Trickle, 3 laps. Good pull. I got Michael Waltrip. I got both the Waltrips. Who is that 149 laps led? Got 1 minute. 60 seconds. Got Kulwicki. We've got Rudd. We've got Mears. Mears wasn't on the list though, but I did try him. I'm out of ideas. Ambrose, hang on. Oh, he's not on here. Whole wit. Oh boy. Nope. Bodine, hang on. Thank goodness. I almost forgot Jeff Bodine. Todd's on here too. Oh, no, it was actually Brett, not Todd. Wow. I'm glad I got that. That would have been disturbing if I had missed that one. That gave us 2. We're at 72 right now. I've got David Reagan. Yeah, that's going to be it. We got the big names, though. Oh, William Byron is on the list. So I didn't put him because I didn't think that he raced. It says last updated in 2017. William Byron had a Cup start before 2018? I need to look this up. Hang on a second. William Byron. Go on to Racing Reference. The fact that he led laps, too, that's what's throwing me off. I just automatically assume his first start was the 2018 Daytona 500. Of course, Racing Reference isn't cooperating with me. I need to get down to the bottom of this, though. William Byron. Yeah, it says 2018 was his rookie year. He didn't have any races before that, so that's a lie. When was this? That's messed up. It says last updated April 2nd of 2017, and I didn't put William Byron on there because I knew he didn't race before 2018, but some reason he's on this list at 15 laps led. That's messed up. That's one I definitely would have had because I remember stating his name before. I'm upset about that. We did get the average score 84. We should have gotten at least one more. I got robbed. Chris Buescher's on this list. I didn't even think about him with front row at the time. Michael Annett, Andy Lally. Wow, that would have been a pull. Brandon Ash. I never in a million years would have gotten that. Terry Cook, Kevin LePage, Ron Hornaday, Jack Sprague. I almost put Sprague too. Ricky Craven, Mike Alexander. I definitely wouldn't have gotten that. Rick Mast, Travis Quapple, and Johnny Benson were the names that we missed. All in all, I thought I did pretty good there. Chet did pretty good as well. Collectively, we got our average score. We've got at least average every week. A lot better than I did last week. Last week, my mind was in the gutter. I was not ready for quiz last week. I made sure that was going to happen 2 weeks in a row. All right, so that wraps up our Sporkle quiz, excuse me. Thank you for everybody participating in the chat below. And now on to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, time for predictions here as we are still about 20 minutes, just less than that, away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. We'll highlight the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. You can join our Fantasy League for free. Signing up with your email, it is free to join. And I will go to NASCAR.com on a separate page here and show you how to get signed up and where to go. On the app, it's going to be on the top left-hand corner of the screen. There will be 3 bars. You'll click on that. There will be a live tab. That's Fantasy Live. NASCAR.com, as you see right here on the screen, there will be a Fantasy tab. You'll click Fantasy, and then it's Fantasy Live. And obviously, if you don't have a team, you'll have to sign in. And once you sign in, you'll want to join the KRC League. KRC in all caps, space capital L on League. I'll put the name of the league in the chat. KRC League. Yeah, it doesn't show the year on when they led on that quiz, so I have no idea. But there were definitely a couple of names on there that I did not get. All right, so every week in fantasy, you'll have to pick 6 drivers, 5 of which will be your starting 5, and then 1 garage driver. If you play other fantasy sports, it'd be like a bench driver. You have until mid-race at the end of stage 2 to lock in your starting 5 every week, and you can only use the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the regular season. We will have a regular season and a playoff champ, and if you win our league championship or championships, because there could be up to 2 different champions, then you will win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing. the following season. So obviously being 4 races in after today in the regular season, if you're not already in the league, your chances of winning the regular season are pretty much non-existent for players that will be playing every week that have already been playing. You're just not going to catch them. But you can at least get a gist for how this works. And then when the playoffs roll around and we'll have that separate champion there, you guys will get to play along and the points will reset. For my team this week, I've got Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson are my 6. And then the head-to-head picks, we got Joey Logano beating Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott over Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell over Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin over Kyle Busch are my 4. Having some of the drivers on my team, that will take us into the prediction side of things, so you can already kind of see who I think will run well in this race. And I still have to go over who I think is not going to run well in this race as we go through these predictions, and I do believe that this locks in 10 minutes, so I'll try to fly through this pretty quickly here. 3 drivers on the don't have list for this weekend at Phoenix for who I think is not going to run well, or at the very least finish inside the top 10. And so far, by the way, I'm 6-1. 7 drivers I've named this year in the first 3 races to finish outside the top 10, and I've gotten all but one of them right so far. Austin Cindric on the list this week. Now, you would think Penske's pretty good at Phoenix. You know, maybe Cindric could get a top 10, but for him, he has not scored a top 10 in the 6 next-gen races here, which would be all 6 of his Cup starts at Phoenix. He's only scored 3 stage points, so even if you're thinking, well, maybe he could get a top 10 today, he's probably not going to score a lot of stage points along the way, so definitely keep him off the fantasy team. He qualified 14th. He was 4th in practice. All the Penske cars did look pretty good on the long run, but I definitely think he is the least likely of them to have a good finish. He is a lot better statistically in his career at a Gateway, obviously with a win there last year, and also qualified on the pole and had a top 5 run there in 2022, but not at Phoenix Raceway, so definitely stay away from Austin Cindric today. Kyle Busch, who has been on my must-have pretty much every week, or almost every week I've been highlighting, I think he's going to have a good run. Last week I thought he was going to have a good run, had a top 5 finish, led the most laps at COTA, but this week I think that struggle is going to come in for him by way of speed for the first time in 2025. Kyle Busch has finished 21st, 22nd, and 25th in his last 3 starts at Phoenix. He qualified 15th and was 21st in practice. So really with the speed that they unloaded with overall seems to be right about on par with how Busch has ran and RCR as a whole has ran with the next-gen car at Phoenix Raceway. So I am very low on Kyle Busch for this weekend. I would probably take him out of your lineup if you maybe still had him in there from COTA a week ago. Alex Bowman is also on the don't have list. This is one of his worst racetracks statistically in his career. He only has 2 career top 10 finishes here, and he has been racing at Phoenix since 2016 in competitive equipment. Oddly enough, his first race here at Phoenix in 2016 with Hendrick Motorsports, he qualified on the pole, finished 6th. But with the Gen 6 car, after the fact when he was full-time in the Cup Series at HMS, it just wasn't good. His only other top 10 finish came a couple years ago in the next gen, and only 1 top 10, obviously, in those 6 races total for Alex Bowman. Speed has not been great for Hendrick Motorsports this weekend, although William Byron looks fairly quick and has had good finishes here in the past. Very inconsistent from the likes of a Larson, Elliott, and a Bowman. Bowman by far the worst of those 4 at this racetrack. Qualified 32nd. He's starting very deep in the field, 60 laps at stage 1, so he's definitely not going to get up towards the front in the first stage of the race. And I'd be shocked, honestly, if he gets anywhere near the top 15 before the end of stage 1, maybe even midway through stage 2. 15th is where he was in practice time as well, so not looking great for Alex Bowman this weekend. So again, just to quickly reiterate, my don't haves this week are Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch, and Austin Cindric, all of which I have not had on the don't have list so far this season. As for the sleeper picks this week, potential underdogs to get a pretty solid top 10 finish, maybe an underdog that could compete for the win today. And I think the most likely underdog that could compete for the win today is Chris Buescher. Although he does have 5 career wins in the NASCAR Cup Series, none of which coming at Phoenix, he has finished in the top 10 in each of his last 3 races here. He finished 2nd in the spring race last season, and he finished 5th in the fall race at Phoenix, so back-to-back top 5s. 4 top 10 finishes in the 6 next-gen races here for him. Brad Keselowski only has 1 top 10 in the 6 next-gen races at Phoenix Raceway. So I would definitely lean towards Chris Buescher being the better of the RFK Fords. It definitely seemed like he had decent long-run speed in practice yesterday, and I expect Chris Buescher to be pretty good. He was 5th overall in practice, qualified 13th. He's starting right around with Bell and Blaney. I could see those 3 having very good long-run speed today and maybe being threats for the win. The other two drivers I have on my sleeper watch to look out for in today's race are the two Spire Motorsports Chevys of Michael McDowell and Carson Hocevar. Hocevar qualified third, was fastest in practice, and Michael McDowell qualified seventh and was second fastest in practice. Short run speed is going to be there for them. McDowell actually did have the fastest 15-lap average in practice as well, but after the 15 laps, it seemed like the Spire Chevys fell off compared to a lot of other drivers on their run. So it's a little concerning. Obviously, they've got good short run speed. All three Spire Chevys qualified in the top 10, but will they be able to maintain that kind of longevity speed when the Fords that we've seen be so fast on the long runs in years past at Phoenix and in practice yesterday? Some of the Toyotas have been pretty quick, like Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick in those aspects. Byron's been good at Phoenix, even though Hendrick Motorsports as a whole hasn't been great here. Kyle Larson is Kyle Larson. You know, he might be able to wheel that thing up to a top 5 finish. Chastain has won here in recent years. So there are going to be drivers who are going to be competing with those Spire Chevys by the end of the race. I don't see any of them competing for the win, but maybe they could sneak in with a finish in the back half of the top 10. Hocevar's had a good start to the year. Obviously had that second place finish at Atlanta a couple weeks ago. And then we went to a road course last week where he qualified fourth, finished 13th. Pretty solid day for him. I could see Hocevar finishing top 15 today at the very least. And he does have 3 starts at this racetrack, all in the same or less equipment that he has been in through his Cup career, and he's finished top 20 in all 3 of the Phoenix starts he's had. This is a very similar layout to that of Gateway, where he had one of his better runs to start his career, and his debut was almost up in the top 10 before a brake failure. So these flatter, shorter tracks are pretty good for Carson Hocevar. Michael McDowell as well, although it had been with Front Row Motorsports, he has finishes of 8th, 9th, and 13th in 3 of the last 4 races here. Starting up in the top 10, having good short run speed could help him. If we get a lot of cautions, especially in the final stage, I could see Michael McDowell staying up there and scoring a lot of points today as well. On my must-have list for this weekend, 3 drivers you should absolutely have in your fantasy lineups before they lock in about 4 minutes is Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, and William Byron. They're all on my team, as you see right here on screen. Joey Logano is my pick to win the race. He has started on the front row in his last 2 wins, which came in the championship races of 2022 and 2024 at Phoenix. He starts on the front row today in second. I think that's a key stat. He is a 4-time Phoenix winner. Obviously, I mentioned already, too, with the next-gen car. He qualified second, as I already mentioned. And although he was 11th fastest overall in practice by way of the short-run speed, he still has good short-run speed when you look at his qualifying result. And you have to also look at the fact that the long-run speed was there. He was top 5 in the long categories of 20, 25, and 30-lap averages in practice, and they didn't go beyond 30-lap averages on the stat sheet, so there's nothing to look at there, but I would expect that him and Blaney should be quick. Blaney kind of the same in those statistical categories in practice by way of speed. He didn't qualify as well as Joey Logano. 12th place, kind of similar to how the two qualified for the championship race last year. A little bit better pit selection for Joey Logano is the reason why I took him over my guy Ryan Blaney for this race today. I do see this playing out very similarly to how the championship race did last fall. Blaney has been very good, though, so he's a solid start for your fantasy team at Phoenix. He's got a 2.8 average finish in the 6 next-gen races here. He has finished second 4 of those races, third another one, and he has 7 straight top 5s at Phoenix Raceway, all the Gen 6 races, and then the final race in 2021 in the championship event that year at Phoenix. He also had a top 5 with the Gen 6. He qualified 12th, as I mentioned already, and then, top 5 in the categories of 15, 20, 25, and 30-lap averages in practice. So Ryan Blaney should be pretty quick today. He will be a threat for the win, but I'm taking his teammate Joey Logano specifically. And as for William Byron, even though Hendrick Motorsports has struggled, especially in the next-gen era on the flatter, shorter ovals, William Byron, the outlier, at least here today at Phoenix, has been the case. He does have a win here, which was the 2023 spring event. He has 3 top 5s and 4 top 10s in his last 5 starts here at Phoenix as well. And when he started 4th, which is where he starts in today's race, he led 95 laps. He won the first stage in the 2023 fall race. So he won the spring event. The fall race, he led 95 laps, and he still ran top 5 all the way throughout. He has won stage 1 3 times in the next-gen era alone at Phoenix. And all of those races he started in the top 2 rows like he does today. So I think he's going to be up in the top 5, top 10 pretty much all day. He's going to score a lot of points. I've actually only used him once, and he's probably been the hottest driver in the NASCAR Cup Series all season. Only other argument to that is Christopher Bell, because Bell's won the last 2 races. But Byron, you look at the fact that he won the Daytona 500. He was running third with 2.5 laps to go before his teammate Kyle Larson caused a late race incident at Atlanta. And then he finished second in COTA last week, and he was all over the back bumper of Bell at the finish of that race. So William Byron on a hot streak. And that's kind of why I took Bell for my fantasy team. It's just because he's been so red hot. But I wanted to limit it to 3 drivers per category. So, again, Byron, Blaney, Logano, the must-haves, the sleepers, Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar, Michael McDowell, and the don't-haves, Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch, and Austin Cindric. Kind of rolling through that pretty quickly here. But hopefully you guys all understood the assignment. And I appreciate you listening and still watching as we gain viewers here before the start of today's race. All right. Byron starting on the pole in this one, so in those top 4 positions, as I mentioned. William Wiley, thanks for tuning in as well. Kenneth Clark, welcome to the stream. I didn't shout you out yet. He's pulling for Chase Elliott. All right, we got just over 50 people in the chat, 32 likes on the stream already. Our goal is to get to 100 likes during today's race coverage, so we're already about a third of the way there. Greatly appreciate that. Our scheduled distance for today's race, 312 laps. Stage 1, very short, 60 laps. They will not have to pit for fuel or tires. Stages 2 and 3, relatively equal in length. They will be much longer, and we will have pit stops at some point in time in the middle of both of those stages, whether that be under green or under caution flag conditions. We'll obviously have to wait and see exactly how the pacing will be. And we will go through the starting lineup as cars are rolling out onto the racetrack for the running of today's Shriners Children's 500 here at Phoenix Raceway. Our first trip to Phoenix on the year. Obviously, this is a big race when you consider the fact that they will be racing for the championship here once again in 2025 later this fall. Starting in row number 1, we got William Byron, Joey Logano. Byron, the 2023 spring winner here, second pole at Phoenix in his Cup career. And Joey Logano, the most winningest driver of any active driver in the field today at Phoenix. He's a 4-time winner out here in the desert. Carson Hocevar, who was fastest in practice yesterday, starts on the inside of row 2 with Josh Berry to the outside, who has a top 10 at Phoenix back in 2023 with Hendrick Motorsports. In row 3 will be Eric Jones and Michael McDowell, 2 career top 10s at Phoenix for Michael McDowell, both in the last 2 seasons. Chase Elliott and Justin Haley make up row 4. Elliott, another former Phoenix winner, as he won the championship race here back in 2020. Tyler Reddick, whose best finish here is third twice, will start inside of row 5 with 2-time Phoenix winner Denny Hamlin to his outside. In row number 6, we have another former Phoenix winner, Christopher Bell, who won this very race a season ago, and Ryan Blaney, the 4-time Phoenix runner-up, will be in that row as well. Behind them in row 13 will be Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric. Cindric still looking for his first top 10 at the racetrack, and for Buescher, runner-up in the spring event last season. In row number 8 will be the 3-time Phoenix winner Kyle Busch and A.J. Allmendinger, who has not won at the track, but he did have a pole in 2010. Kyle Larson, the 2021 fall winner in row 9, along with Riley Herbst, making his debut in the Cup Series at Phoenix, but he did win the Xfinity Series championship race at this very racetrack last season. In row number 10 will be Bubba Wallace, who was 7th in the fall race here last season, and Brad Keselowski is a 2-time Phoenix runner-up, but has never won out here in Avondale. Austin Dillon, 2 career top 10s for him at this racetrack coming into the race today. We'll start inside of row 11. Alongside him will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who has 2 career top 10s, both of them in 2017 at Phoenix. In row 12 will be Cole Custer and Ross Chastain. Chastain, another former Phoenix winner in the field. He was the fall winner in 2023. Ty Dillon, whose best finish here is 11th, will be inside of row 13 alongside Zane Smith. Row 14 will be Todd Gilliland and Ryan Preece. Row number 15 will be Shane Van Gisbergen making his Phoenix debut, and Chase Briscoe, who's the 2022 spring race winner at the track. Daniel Suarez inside of row 16 with Alex Bowman to the outside, an Arizona native. And in row 17 behind them will be Noah Gragson, who was 8th last week at COTA, and Ty Gibbs, who finished 3rd in this race a season ago. In row number 18, it'll be Cody Ware making his 8th Phoenix start alongside John Hunter Nemechek, and Catherine Legg making her NASCAR Cup Series debut will round out the field in row number 19 for Live Fast Motorsports. That will be the only open entry in the field today. So 37 cars making up our full list of drivers who will be running in this Shriners Children's 500 here this afternoon. For more pre-race updates, here is the Fox broadcast. Today's race airing on Fox Sports 1 for visual purposes. Obviously, full live commentary, flag-to-flag coverage right here on KRC as well. So Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick, and Clint Boyer will be in the booth, and you'll get to listen to them throughout the course of today's race, as well as my own commentary in this 312-lap event.
Caught up with her before she hopped aboard her number 78.
And Catherine Legge is one of the most experienced women in all of motorsports today, trying something new. So what are your personal expectations and goals for today as you make your debut?
You know what? I just want to have a solid race, finish all the laps, show the other drivers the respect that they deserve, and just learn as much as possible in the hope that I do a good, competent job. Like, I don't think I'm out there to take any risk today. I just want to finish and get the experience so that I get the opportunity to do more.
Good luck to you today. Catherine Legge becomes just the 17th woman to start in a NASCAR Cup Series race.
Well, her single lap of qualifying yesterday was the fastest lap that she had turned all day. Let's take a closer look at today's tire choices with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, drivers at teams, they have so much to deal with. It's this 1 mile racetrack, 312 laps, 312 miles. And yeah, you guys have been talking about it throughout the pre-race. Hard, soft tires. So let's go to our Toyota Cutaway car and let's take a look at what the major difference truly is. We're actually going to use two of our Toyota cars. Now, the white Toyota, it has the hard yellow leather tires. The red one has the option, the softer tire, the red leather tire. But what truly is the difference? It's not necessarily top end straightaway speed. It's down in the middle of the corner, mid-corner speed, where the driver is looking for the most grip. The harder yellow tire, when they're brand new, will be about 107 miles per hour. The softer red on the red Toyota will be about 150 miles per hour. That's 8 miles per hour faster. Think about it. That's twice a lap. That equates to a half, 3/4 of a second per lap when they're new. Guys, we know the red tires are going to be faster, but the question, how will they feel in the long run versus that harder yellow leather tire?
Well, and that is exactly what we need to learn. These things are going to be faster, up to a half a second faster. That means you're going to be able to move around, be maneuverable on the racetrack and make some passes. But how long will they last? When they're softer, that means they wear out quicker. They go faster, and probably somewhere around 40 laps, Kevin, is what we saw yesterday. They start to wear out and those times fall off. But it is a lot warmer today.
Yeah, and that warmer is going to make that crossover point pretty interesting where the softer and the harder tires kind of cross over from a lap time standpoint. But we heard Kyle Larson say it in a pre-race. That softer tire fixed all my handling problems.
Each team will have 6 sets of primary tires sitting and 2 sets of the softer option tire.
Our race analysis today, 45 mile per hour pit road speed. Our fuel window, 92 to 98 laps. Stage 1, 60 laps, shortest of the 3. Stages 2 and 3, longer of 125 and 127 laps, which make up, again, our total of 312 miles, 312 lap distance in today's race. Billy Kramer taking William Byron for the win. Yeah, I definitely think that if a Ford of Logano or Blaney does not go to victory lane, I would lean towards William Byron as being my third favorite. And then I would look down the list to Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher is like the 4th and 5th guys. Probably put Bell ahead just because of how hot he's been so far to start the season, and then Buescher would probably be my number 5. We'll keep an eye on all those pre-race predictions and how they're running throughout the course of the race, as well as everybody else, of course, throughout the field as well. Pace cars already on pit road. They will be going green this time by as the field enters through turns 3 and 4. Restart zone right in the middle of the turn 4 area of the racetrack. Inside lane has been elected by the pole sitter William Byron, as that was the case through all the Xfinity Series restarts yesterday. We'll see if that'll be the case again for the Cup Series today. Byron launches. Green flag is in the air. We're underway in the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. Everybody down to the apron through the dog leg, some more than others as they try to race and gain positions on this initial start. Not as aggressive as what we will see later in the race today, but still fanned out pretty wide through the center of 1 and 2. As they get to the exit of the corner, it's Joey Logano and William Byron. Drag racing for turn 3 with Logano having the edge. Logano with a much wider entrance into the corner. Trying to use every bit of that banking by the exit to try to pull past Byron. Opening lap was led by Logano, though still side by side at the line, and nose to nose into turn 1 on lap 2. Byron pinched down on the yellow line of the racetrack with the left side tires. Joey Logano trying to side draft him on the right rear corner panel. Byron slams the door shut clear, middle of the back straightaway, and enters turn 3 now with a full car length out ahead of Logano. Carson Hocevar, the second-year driver, was able to hold on for third place in front of Josh Berry, and Eric Jones is up to 5th to start the race. So top 5 at the end of lap 2. Again, William Byron leads the way. Joey Logano 2nd, Carson Hocevar 3rd, Josh Berry 4th, and Eric Jones in 5th on this initial start. Chase Elliott cycled into 6th, right where he started the race. Tyler Reddick 7th, Justin Haley in 8th, Denny Hamlin 9th, and Kyle Busch in 10th. Side by side for position between Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick. Reddick slips to the outside. Looking to make the pass for 6th. Elliott down to the apron through the dogleg. Taking the cut once again. Entering turn 1. And he does lose that position. Reddick clear by a couple car lengths off the exit of turn 2 as well. 3 wide. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher. Some of the big names that could compete for the win later today. Larson still very tight 3 wide middle. Has to lift. And we've got a caution on the speedway. Back straightaway, Catherine Legg is slow.
And caution is out at lap number 4.
I believe it's for the 78.
All right. Catherine Legg, C. Here it is, caution on lap 4. Catherine Legg's car gets loose and goes around coming off turn number 2.
I think she saved it, though. All on her own, definitely got a little loose. Track temps are about 10 degrees warmer, or I should say air temp is about 10 degrees warmer. Track temp is almost 20 degrees warmer from where it was during practice yesterday afternoon, which would have wrapped up a little bit before the start of what today's race would have been. At 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour was the 45-minute practice session yesterday for the Cup Series. Qualifying was soon after. With caution on lap 5 here. Catherine Legg with a spin off of turn 2. Locked it down, kept it off the inside wall. She will be able to continue. Richard Bradshaw, thanks for tuning in. It's going to be interesting to see how this race is going to play out. We tend to see more cautions in the spring race than the fall race at Phoenix, which has led into the reason why we haven't seen as many Fords win the spring next-gen race here compared to the fall race. The last 2 years with the Toyota of Bell and the Chevy of Byron winning this race. Last Ford to win the spring race would have been for SHR at the 14 car back in 2022. Or at the time, Chase Briscoe got his second career NASCAR Cup Series victory. Irina Sayre, thanks for tuning in. What happened to McDowell? Let's see here. Not exactly sure. It's back in 32nd right now. I did not see that. Qualified up inside the top 10. Actually, was he the driver that failed the pre-qualifying inspection yesterday? So I thought somebody did. It might have been him, and I think that's why he was starting towards the back. Now, it still says he started 7th. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Michael McDowell. Forget what I was just talking about before that. I didn't see anything on Fox's camera angles when giving you the commentary there. So yeah, I'm not sure. It was definitely pretty racy, though, inside the top half of the field. 3 wide battle between Blaney, Larson, and Buescher for 12th. Just ahead of them, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick were battling. Kyle Busch is up several positions. He had a good restart. Gained 4 spots in those first 5 laps. Joey Logano led the opening lap of the race, but William Byron on lap 2 off turn 2 was able to clear Logano to get to the lead. And we will see if Byron will take the inside once again. It worked out for him in the end. I would imagine he'll take the bottom for this next restart.
70 cloud with sky. Larry Mack getting some work done in the garage area pre-race. During this caution, Chase Briscoe and Alex Bowman were on pit road. Catherine Lake also came in after that spin coming off turn number 2 to bring us the first caution flag. Here's her description of what happened.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm so tight. I have so much wheel in it that it goes into an exit, but it's because I'm so tight.
Well, that's a natural characteristic that I'm sure that walk her through as you go through the first part of this race. But when you get out there with all those cars side by side all over the racetrack, these cars have a natural tendency to just shove the front tires because of the air not being on the front of the car. And that's why you see so many of these cars move around to try to find a spot to get some air on the nose of that car.
You have to anticipate that. As soon as that thing catches like that, it will snap in a hurry.
Especially with the way the steering is on the next gen.
Joey Logano, the Hunt Brothers Pizza Camp, on the defending NASCAR Cup champ. Denny Hamlin will be carrying our Toyota cam today. Ryan Blaney, the Ford Performance cam for this year's championship runner-up. And Chris Buescher will be making the Thomas's Briggs can rise. Like this did there. Getting ready for the restart. Larry Mack, what have you noticed about the top 3 in these first couple of laps?
Yeah, we know this track is very unique. The two ends are different. The straightaways are different. All 3 of the top 3 are shifting. What I'm seeing with Byron, he stays in 4th gear much longer on both straightaways than Logano and Hobson.
Worked out for him the first time. We'll see if that'll happen again. Green flag back in the air. Middle of the restart zone this time is where Byron will get the launch. Much better for Logano to the outside. We'll see if this could help him even more so on this next restart. Carson Hocevar clear for third. 3 wide behind him in 4th, though, between Barry, Eric Jones, who nearly made contact getting into turns 1 and 2, and the car underneath both of them, that being Tyler Reddick in the 45. Logano clear off turn 2. He did get the better launch, as I mentioned, through the restart zone this time than he did the last time, and we've got trouble again back straightaway. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is around this time.
Yeah.
2 cautions in the first 10 laps.
Bumped and did get turned, and
They
that's
were
right.
3 or 4, maybe 5 wide back there.
And that's what I
Cole
was saying.
Custer.
These cars are not going to act the same as they do on sticker tires.
Custer around. Well, let's go back. Take a look at
Yeah, you're going to see a car on the apron just come up and get into the side of the 47. It's just when you get down there on that flat, that thing will start shoving the front, and like happened in the first incident.
It's pretty much all of this. Custer gets loose down there, gets in to Gilliland there, who then gets into Stenhouse, spins back down across the racetrack, catches Custer in the right rear. Lucky they all got through.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Flipped a little bit in that right rear. Keep an eye on that toe link.
cautions, breed cautions.
Motorsports isn't confident.
I don't know how Alex Bowman and Ty Gibbs didn't get crunched into the inside wall when the 41 to Custer came down. What a wreck avoidance by Bowman. A great job not just turning way left into the car underneath him, too. It was a scramble. The midst of where the contact started off of turn 2 when Custer had gotten sideways and overcorrected, they were already 4 wide. You get that sideways in a 4 wide manner right in the middle of the pack, there's nowhere to go, and that's exactly what happened there. Somehow everybody was able to miss the spinning 47 and 41 on the back straightaway, though, and everybody should be able to continue on again. So all 37 cars still going to be in the race here, but 2 cautions in the first 10 laps of this already very short first stage. Scheduled to be 60 laps in length. Just a bit of a slow start here today. Joey Logano was able to take the lead on that restart that time and cleared Byron off turn 2. With that better launch on the outside. He was able to lead the opening lap of the race, but he wasn't clear. Byron got around him on the second lap in 1 and 2. But now Joey Logano will get to pick what lane he wants on the restart. And doing as good as he has been on the outside so far, I'm wondering if he's going to take the outside again. Because this time he's going to be the launch car, which could work out even better for him up there if he's already having success. I think McDowell had to start at the rear. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't pick it up audio-wise on the broadcast, but I thought I remember reading something about that. And he's moving quickly. He's up to 25th. What did I mention? He was 31st or 32nd before that last restart. Missed the incident, gained 7 positions in about a half a lap. That's pretty good. Top 5 here under the caution. Joey Logano leads, William Byron second, Carson Hocevar third, Josh Berry fourth, and Tyler Reddick is in fifth. That is the top 5 here in stage 1. Lap 13 of 60. Long ways to go still. Alpine fan, thanks for tuning in. Replace the steering pump, yep. So he did have to go to the rear before the start of the race for that. Tough break, too, because he qualified top pit stall selection than where he would have been if he had qualified, say, in last.
At this view of this caution.
Well, I was 1 car off. That's the 4 car into the 41 car into the 34 car into the 47 car. That's what happened. I missed the 4 car the first time.
Yeah, and you see Alex Bowman down there on the bottom. It looked like he ran over the splitter there, one of the cars on board with Chase Briscoe who pitted, and this is the
Wow.
So close to get wiped out right there.
How is more cars not involved in that, Rick?
Yeah, that was definitely one of those ice in the veins, cold-blooded moments right there from the.
That could have been one of those parking lot crashes.
This one, guys. Brian Prius went to the wreck, boys. Now we got a car with the soft tires on. Let's see what he does.
So he's the only car on the option tire. He's one of 5 cars that fitted under this caution, including Stenhouse and Gilliland with damage. And Riley Herbst was also in.
This should make that cape a little bit longer. It'll fly a little better.
And it should also fit right into this window now that we're coming to lap 14.
It's going to be interesting, too, with taking the soft tires this early. He's only got 1 more set left the rest of the race. Oh, man, a lot of bumper cars going on there. Busch shoved out of line, middle of the pack on the restart. He goes wide. It looked like Logano and Byron might have spun their tires there on the front row, and it was just a huge accordion effect from that. And I'm surprised that didn't turn into an incident the way this race has started. More 4-wide action. Middle of the pack, a lot of 3-wide back straightaway. Busch falls outside of the top 10. Blaney getting a little tap from behind by Justin Haley in the 7 while he was already 3-wide middle. Barely cleared high on Ross Chastain. There's a lot going on there in the middle of the pack. 4-wide again. Austin Dillon getting out of the gas early into turn 1, trying to set himself up through the corner. All the other 3 around him were able to race on. 4-wide even behind them again. 2 Monster Energy Toyotas along with, looked like the 34, and I couldn't tell who that was up on the outside as well. Gaggle of cars everywhere.
Pink tires turned better than 4. Now NASCAR is reviewing the restart.
Definitely saw them stacking up. I don't know if they sped up and slowed down, but that would be, let's see here.
I think it was just Logano waiting until the end of the zone. Everybody trying to anticipate it.
Oh, below the yellow line prior to start finish for Joey Logano is
They're going to post him. That's huge.
Yeah, and I didn't really see that there right off the bat.
which they put you up on the box.
Or the yellow line, I'm clear.
All right, so you can't cross the yellow line before the start finish line.
No.
Right there.
Man,
That's pretty nitpicky there.
That was.
Now I said
It's got to be right after.
it might somebody
Right there.
think that it would be Joey Logano, but that's pretty. He wasn't blocking anybody. He wasn't. I don't know.
It's
What
hard.
do you
To,
think,
it's
Kevin?
hard to tell exactly from that angle
Yeah,
if he's
different
on it or
angle
below
on
it.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, it's really really close.
That's pretty nitpicky in my opinion. I don't know. Let's see if they.
But it's also
I think they're going to change their mind. They're not changing their mind.
it's also the easiest call that they can make. If it's not to the start finish line and you're below the yellow line right there, that's you got to call it if it's a black and white call like that.
So a drive down pit road at pit road speed, and the pit road here is
Wow.
3/4 of the way around the racetrack. Meanwhile, Ryan Preece on the option tire has gained 13 positions since the restart. Only car on the softer option tire right now as Byron leads Reddick, Berry, Hocevar, and Hamlin.
Yeah, and Ryan Preece is making up positions as quick as possible. And this is worst case scenario for Joey Logano. With as long as this pit road is, he's got to get going and not go 2 laps down here as the leaders are starting to come off of turn 4 and he's headed into turn 1.
Go back to that 60 car. I like what you said there. Scar already picked up 17 positions on those soft tires. You think them things are going to make a difference today? Here it is. I mean, you can see just barely he turned under it.
Yeah, I mean that's a black and white call. So when you look at that yellow line and look at his car and the start and finish line, you give a right there. It's just then it starts opening up.
They didn't give a little bit. They didn't give much. No, that's even more minute than a little bit.
Well, in addition to being our crew chief, Larry Mack is also our rules analyst. Larry.
Yeah, I went down to the NASCAR control tower. They went over the video with me, and no part of that race car, no part whatsoever, can go below the yellow line until you completely cross the start-finish line. So that call was correct.
Okay. So Joey Logano trying to rebound. Ryan Preece marching through the field and giving everybody a demonstration on how fast the option tire is. Fire off. He restarted 33rd. He's up to 13th.
Well, you're really getting a good look at the difference in lap time. But that grip, that mechanical grip that comes with those soft tires, it allows you to maneuver the car and having that advantage in the speed just allows you to do things that looks like you're Superman.
Well, I mean, just look at that. It looks like so much fun until the roles reverse and everybody else is on them and you're not.
Well, we got to go 60 laps. We saw 14 of them there taken away from the first part of that run. So these guys are looking to score some stage points right here. So now it's just going to be, when do they fall off? We think it's somewhere 40, 45, 50, right in that range. So that's going to be right at the very end of this run.
Well, meanwhile, there may be some steam coming from the number 22, and I don't mean the radio. Here is some audio. I don't mean the radiator.
I mean,
Well, you want to cut it right at the start finish line because you want to angle it towards the end of the pit wall. So you want to drive that car on the apron from the start finish line straight to the pit wall to keep anybody from driving underneath you.
The other hard part about that leading the race, how can it happen to the leader? It's because you're looking in the mirror, seeing what runs are coming. You're not necessarily looking at the windshield because there's nothing there.
And in his defense, it got pretty violent there with the host of our car running into the back of him as everything stacked up. There was a lot happening right there. You're getting slammed in the bumper, you're having to shift gears, and just lost track a little bit right there of where he was.
But regardless, NASCAR made the call, and Logano now 21.8 seconds off of the lead, but we're showing him still on the lead lap. Did not lose a lap with that long drive down pit road.
Look at them tires go.
You feel like Superman, don't you? You put that cape on, those new, softer option tires, and march your way through the field. Believe me, everybody on pit road is taking notice of what Ryan Preece is able to do here.
Well, you only get 2 sets of them, so they're all learning that they still are faster, just like they were yesterday, but you're going to have one for the end of this race. So everybody's going to put 1 set on it here at some point, but I would think that, especially for a guy like Ryan Preece that's had a little bit of trouble at the end of some of these races, they were like, hey, we're in our window. If nobody's going to do it, let's take the points, get the track position in this first stage, and get out of here with a little bit of insurance.
And then the other side of thinking of that down that line, Kevin, I heard you say that not having those at the end of the race gets you in trouble too. Just like you said, having trouble finishing these races.
Let's check with Jamie.
But Tyler Reddick picking up right where he left off here at Phoenix last year, where he finished top 10 in both races. I talked to him this thing, doing some homework next to me, and he said, I think we're going to be the best along with the 12 car. He said, we unloaded and our balance was awesome. He said, even putting the option tire on, we didn't have to change much. And so far, he just told the team, so far, no complaints. This car is ready for 7th spot.
from Denny Hamlin. Ryan Brees continues to march through the field. This is fun to watch. It's going to be even more fun when a number of cars get on the option tire. William Byron leads at 30 laps.
All right, we'll take a look at the full field running order here. Lap 31 of 60, about halfway through stage number 1. William Byron still leads by 1.2 seconds over Tyler Reddick in P2. Josh Berry 3rd, Carson Hocevar 4th, and Christopher Bell in 5th. Ryan Preece up to 6th, up 27 spots since the restart after taking the option tires. He's the only one on options as of right now. Everybody else on primary tires. Denny Hamlin sits in 7th behind Preece. Eric Jones 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and Chase Elliott is 10th. 11th place is Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson 12th, Chris Buescher 13th, Ross Chastain 14th, and Austin Cindric 15th. 16th, Justin Haley, Brad Keselowski 17th, Noah Gragson 18th, 19th is Alex Bowman, and Zane Smith in 20th. Chase Briscoe 21st, Todd Gilliland 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Bubba Wallace 24th, AJ Allmendinger 25th, and Michael McDowell 26th. John Hunter Nemechek 27th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, Cole Custer 29th, and Daniel Suarez in 30th. Riley Herbst 31st, Shane Van Gisbergen 32nd, Ty Gibbs 33rd, Cody Ware 34th, Ty Dillon 35th, Joey Logano 36th, and Catherine Legg 37th rounds out our 37-car field. Everybody still on the lead lap as of right now, as we have about 27 laps to go in stage 1. 2 cautions, both in the first 10 laps of the race, 4 lead changes, 9 laps under the yellow, and this is the second time that William Byron has led after starting on the pole. Stage points awarded to the top 10 positions. At the end of lap 60 is where stage 1 will come to an end. Very short opening stage today at Phoenix. We'll take our first break of the race. You're listening live on KRC to the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. Quick look at our chat poll as of right now for who you think is going to win today's race at Phoenix Raceway. 52% of the votes taking somebody other than William Byron, Ryan Blaney, and Joey Logano. Logano just 9% of the votes after leading early, having the restart violation. Having to take the pass-through penalty is now at the tail end of the lead lap. William Byron, who currently leads the race after starting on the pole at 17%, 22% taking Ryan Blaney for the win, who as of right now is still in the top 10, but is riding in the 8th place position. Up about 4 positions from where he started in 12th. It's like the lap times for Ryan Preece might have stalled out to the cars that are still in front of him in the running order.
Friends 500 on FS1, 46 laps complete. William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Josh Berry, Carson Hocevar. And this battle back for 7th and 8th. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Since 1925, the Goodyear blimp has been inspiring fans to keep looking up and keep driving forward. We're very proud to have the Goodyear blimp with us today, giving you these pictures.
We're also very proud that Goodyear has brought this option tire with them. This is obviously a big test for the championship race to see how soft they can get these tires for the end of the year and be safe. And Ryan Preece is going to put them to the test right now, Clint, on how far we can go. Larry, what do you think? Are you nervous about this whole softer tire and maybe running 45 laps here?
I am, and I know everybody in that garage area was this morning as well, Kevin, especially considering the temperatures are up. Yeah, Michael McDowell on the 71 car, that had 34 laps yesterday. The wear looked good, but that is still a concern, is the wear on these tires. Yeah, Preece is still laying down lap times in the 28s. Most everybody else except for Byron and Reddick have drifted up into the 29s. But we've run now roughly 25 laps. He's still got to run over 20 laps. I think they're still concerned about wear. And honestly, with the temps being up, you want to make sure you don't blister a tire.
Regan?
Michael Byron currently leading the race. 28 laps led today so far. Interestingly enough, I talked to his car chief Rudy Kimball this morning. He told me, I'm not sure how we're going to be to start this race. We were very good on the red option tires yesterday, but not so good on the yellow prime tires. Didn't like the car quite as much on those. So right now, he's fast. He's out front. Might be a bad sign for the competition if he's this good this early.
Byron, 1.2 seconds on time. Reddick. Josh Berry in 3rd. And did Byron rush the wall here a lap or so ago?
Nope.
Oh, that's just put a couple scrapes on the right side, Mike. That's getting that whole entry. But
Big arc.
one thing that I worried about when we used to dominate these races at this racetrack, and you get these leads at the beginning of the race, sometimes I felt like as we got towards the end of the race, there were weekends where I felt like we didn't keep up with our car like the rest of the field was, and you didn't. The biggest thing they did get was that experience in traffic, and if you got the traffic to know what the tendencies of your car were, because you're going to get buried in this field most likely at some point by somebody who's on reds or something different. So you're going to have to deal with traffic. And there'd be a lot of times you'd be running this fast and then you'd catch the back of the pack and that momentum would stop because your car wasn't very good in traffic. So this will be interesting to see when we see what Byron does to catch the back of the pack.
All right, now here's Josh Berry for the Wood Brothers, and right behind him comes Ryan Priest, Larry.
Yeah, going back to Ryan Priest right now, who has moved up to fourth, if we still have, 18 laps to go. He is in constant communication with his crew chief, Derek Finley, and Derek is in communication with him. They're just trying to get him to maintain a pace right now, not overwork those tires.
2880s to the leaders, 29. About a 2/10 fall off for Priest after 30 laps on the softer option tire.
Yeah, and I think that in order to maximize what you're going to do for the penalty that you're going to take, I think you want to push him as hard as you can push him unless there's something I'm missing, because you're going to want to capitalize as many points as possible because you're not going to get it when everybody else has those soft tires on play.
Well, the only reason we pull him back a little bit, pull them reins back, would be if we were worried about a tire blistering and wobble. That's what I love about having that one car out there that, rolled the dice and showed us the potential of these tires.
Well, I think there's more to this than just let's see what the option tire will do. Certainly, he is now the test pilot for his whole RFK team. They're going to share the data on what Priest learns, and they're racing for stage points. Remember last week, Priest stayed out in stage 2, won the stage, and notched his second career stage win 1 week ago.
I want to give props to Josh Berry right there in the Wood Brothers car. Just got passed, obviously, but we know the reason why on those tires. Holding pretty wheel out there. This is a good run for him. Big turnaround. New to that car, new to that seat, doing a good job.
And these are the days that you have to capitalize on for Josh Berry and that 21 team. Now you're racing in the front. Now it puts the pressure on your pit crew, puts the pressure on the driver to get up and down pit road without a penalty. All those little things to capitalize on a day of running up front like they are now. And we've seen Josh lead laps and run up front at a couple of the races this year. So that 21 car, it's a good sign for them to be able to do this on a flat track like Phoenix. So what we would call a more normal style racetrack.
Brittany Hamlin currently in 8th. We started in 7th.
And you see him, you heard Larry talking about Byron leaving it and shifting to 5th gear. You saw Denny right there, not downshift or anything. But he left his in 4th gear, and that was always my preferred strategy down the back straightaway, was to downshift into one like this right here, and then down the back straightaway, just let it hit the chip at the end of that back straightaway instead of wasting time on 2 shifts.
Now Ryan Priest up to 3rd. What are they telling him?
All right, but it's 3.5 seconds to the next position, 15 laps to go. Probably
That's exactly what we were talking about. Will they last? You know they were going to fall off because it will have time to be hold. You can't hold that forever.
All right, Byron leading. Reddick second, Priest 4 seconds back on the option tire with 12 laps to go in stage 1 at Phoenix.
All right, we'll go through the full field running order again here. 11 laps to go in stage 1. William Byron leads. Tyler Reddick second. Ryan Priest third. Josh Berry fourth. Christopher Bell is fifth. Ryan Blaney in 6th. Carson Hocevar 7th. Denny Hamlin 8th. Chase Elliott 9th. Eric Jones is 10th. 11th for Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch in 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. Ross Chastain 14th. And Austin Cindric 15th. Brad Keselowski 16th. 17th is Noah Gragson. 18th Alex Bowman. Zane Smith 19th, and Chase Briscoe is 20th. Justin Haley 21st, Todd Gilliland 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Bubba Wallace 24th, AJ Allmendinger in 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 27th, Daniel Suarez 28th, Riley Herbst 29th, and Joey Logano up to 30th. Jonathan Nemechek 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Sheen Van Gisbergen 33rd, Ty Gibbs 34th, and Ty Dillon 35th. Cody Ware 36th. Catherine Legg is off the lead lap, 1 lap down in 37th, and that rounds out our 37-car field right now. 9 laps to go still in the stage. Christopher Bell just made a pass for 4th on Josh Berry moments ago. And Ryan Blaney actually just moved up to 6th as well, just before I started going through the running order when he passed Carson Hocevar. 30 positions gained already for Ryan Preece since the restart on those option tires. He's 4 seconds off of the race lead. He's still about 2.5 seconds off of Tyler Reddick in 2nd place, and he's built up about a 2-second gap over Bell, who is now in 4th place behind him. Kyle Larson making a pass to get inside the top 10 on the outside of Eric Jones in the 43. That'll bump Jones out of the spot to try to get that final stage point after Eric qualified in the top 5. So he's slowly going backwards. Saw some underdogs, if you would, by way of Jones qualifying top 5. Same for Josh Berry, Carson Hocevar. Justin Haley qualified top 10, though he has fallen back a bit on the start of this race, currently in 21st for himself. 12 positions lost for Haley since the last restart. 6 laps to go in stage 1 this time by. Still a 1.5-second lead for William Byron.
53 laps. Squidrigano has led 5 after starting the race from the outside. Christopher Bell restarted 9th. He is up to 4th, just 6 seconds behind the leader. And what a start to this season he has had with back-to-back wins. Atlanta, Circuit of the Americas. First since Kevin Harvick in 2018 to win 2 of the first 3 races of the season, and trying to match that 3 in a row that Harvick scored in 2018. With his success at Phoenix, Christopher Bell is today's guaranteed 5th, sponsored by eBay.
He's looking good. Let's
Spring winner here a year ago, top 10 in 6 of the last 8 Phoenix starts.
Well, and this is really where you make your money right here at Phoenix. You're able to have your car hang on at the beginning of the run, but as you get towards the second half of that run, it's a lot easier to pass cars. And we've seen Christopher Bell be good on the long run in so many places that we go to, and today it doesn't look any different, Clint.
I think if anybody's going to contend with William Byron, now that Logano is out of the picture for now, can he get out through him? We're going to see. But if anybody can get Byron up there leading this race, it's him, Christopher Bell.
Well, here's what we talked about earlier. When you catch the back of the field, how much does your car slow down? Because that's always a lot different than when you have all that clean air.
I'm glad you said that. I'll tell you, 29-12, your leader Byron, 29 flat. Bell right there the last time.
Now, you see our track man at the top, and Joey Logano, after serving his penalty, back on track and up to 30th place. He came out of the pits in 37th, so he's gained 7 spots, and looks like by the end of the stage, it will not be in danger of going a lap down.
Well, it's good to see Hunt Brothers on the side of that car race. Scott Hunt and his family have been such huge supporters of this sport for so long. Saw him off pit road today. Here supporting Joey again.
2 laps to go in stage 1 for William Byron. Still has about a 1-second lead over Tyler Reddick, just kind of managing that gap now. Last car in the lead lap right in front of Byron would be Ty Gibbs, and then Shane Van Gisbergen just in front of him. First car 1 lap down at the time that we are racing at right now that he had just lapped would be Ty Dillon in the 10 car. So Ty Dillon trying to hold on to the free pass position. He's got a couple cars right behind him looking to make that pass, so he's trying to hold on. 1 lap to go as Byron's just getting into turn 1. Ryan Blaney made a pass for 5th on Josh Berry a couple laps ago as well, so he is also moving into the top 5, and he's actually running slightly quicker lap times than what Christopher Bell was running, and he's within a half a second behind the 20. Not going to have enough time to get him here on this final lap of the stage, though. Ty Dillon will hold on to the free pass on Cody Ware here to the end of the stage. And William Byron will win his 4th stage at Phoenix. He's won stage 1 at Phoenix 4 times in the next-gen era now, including today, in just the 7 races here. He's won 1 of those races. Can he win again here today? About 0.6 of a second was the margin at the line for Byron over Reddick. Tyler Reddick was 2nd in the stage. Ryan Preece held on for 3rd on the option tires. Christopher Bell in 4th. Ryan Blaney 5th. 6th for Josh Berry. Carson Hocevar 7, Denny Hamlin 8, Chase Elliott 9th, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. Those are the 10 drivers to receive stage points. 1 point per position. Playoff point for William Byron for winning the stage as well. Troy the Great, Ernest G. I don't know if that is all one name there. Ernest Geraldin. Hopefully I said your name correctly. But thanks for watching. Lost One, welcome to the stream as well. Some shout outs to those of you in the chat. 43 likes. Our goal is again to get to 100 likes on today's stream. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet for more daily NASCAR content, live commentary, NASCAR streams like this every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying every Saturday or Friday, depending on if it's a Saturday night race or the Cup Series that said weekend. We'll have a couple more of those throughout this season than what we had last year. I believe last year there was only 2 night races, and that was Bristol and Daytona later in the year. I believe Atlanta's a Saturday night this year, and I think they have a couple more Saturday night races, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Richmond might be a Saturday night again also. Let me look at the schedule. I'm kind of curious on that. I haven't looked that far in advance since the schedule came out last September. It's actually been a minute since Phoenix was before Vegas on the West Coast swing, too. Yeah, Richmond's a Saturday night also, which I thought I remembered seeing that. Then you got Bristol, Daytona again, obviously. Thought I remembered Richmond being a Saturday night again this year. It's been on a Sunday afternoon the last couple years. Atlanta Saturday night, like I mentioned already. And I believe that's the first Saturday night race of the year. So we got a couple more. 4 of them this year versus only 2 a season ago. Most of which during the summer months. Zachary Powers, thanks for tuning in. He's here last year. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. I can call you Ernest just so I don't mess it up again.
Best one, Friday and Saturday on Fox. Pits will open soon. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Phoenix Raceway has been a great track for Chris Buescher. So we thought, what the heck? Let's introduce you to his pit crew. They've been getting the job done. They're a nice mix of brains and athleticism.
Jacob Paul, front changer, 2-time All-Ivy League receiver for Brown University.
Travis Enos, rear tire changer. I'm the youngest tire changer on pit road. Jaquan Bailey, tire carrier. I have an identical twin. Nicholas Patterson, Jackman, owner of Bald Eagle Tree Solutions. Bailey Walker, Gasman, 19th season and 2017 Cup Series champion.
Led by Scott Graves, they are ready to go to work.
I feel like that's maybe how they explain our booth sometimes. How it's done. Well, a mix of brains and athleticism. No?
Larry, help me. What are we going to see here?
Well, I just think there's some drivers that's made no hay. When I look at Ty Gibbs back there, still in 34th. When I look at Michael McDowell, 26th, John Hunter Nemechek in 31st. I think this is a time to do what Ryan Preece and Derek Finley did. I think we'll see some teams take on a set of those soft red letter tires here.
All right, the 99, 71, and 54 have the option tire up on the wall. Come on, those we can.
And I like that.
Vantage point.
I like that because if you're going to have a crappy day, you might as well get some stage points and minimize some of the damage.
Green light's on, they're coming.
That's Ty Gibbs going, or Ty Dillon going around to get the pre-pass. As they head for pit road, Jamie.
Now, the red comes down. His car was pretty good, but started to get a little bit tight center. They got those primary tires going back on air pressure adjustment. 17, the guys we just introduced you to, going over the wall for Buescher. Got a little bit tight for him, but made up some great position. And the 60, Ryan Preece up 30. Those option tires, they told him, great job. He said, actually wasn't terrible, Regan.
The 24, William Byron leading the race. Very good so far, but told the team, I am loose right now. I need an adjustment for that. It stayed the same the whole run, but he needs some drive off. And also made mention of an issue potentially with the steering. He said that I went to the leg and something hasn't felt the same since then.
Byron will lead them off pit road, and the pit timing line has been moved here at Phoenix, further away from the number 1 pit stall. Less of that advantage.
Great stop by Hamlin's bunch and Chase Elliott in 9.
Hey, and Busher's group love being introduced. They picked up 3 spots on pit road. William Byron, your stage 1 winner.
Byron not only winning stage 1, but also retaining the lead on pit road during that first pit stop of the race for a majority of the field, outside of Brian Priest, who of course took the option tires towards the end of the last stage, plus the couple of drivers who spun early in stage 1 as well. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cole Custer, Catherine Legg were the 3 cars that had a spin. So again, free pass ended up going to the 10 of Ty Dillon to get his lap back before the end of the stage. 35 cars will be on the lead lap when we begin stage 2. $125 laps in stage 2, 127 in stage 3. And the fuel window is about 95 to 98 laps, so they will have to pit for fuel at some point in time in these stages. We'll just have to see how the cautions lay out. We had a couple of early yellows in stage 1, both in the first 10 laps. And then that long green flag run of about 45 to 46 laps to the end of the stage after that. Top 10 for the upcoming restart will have William Byron in the lead, Tyler Reddick in second, Christopher Bell third, Ryan Priest fourth, Ryan Blaney fifth, Denny Hamlin sixth, Chase Elliott seventh, Josh Berry eighth, Chris Buescher ninth, and Kyle Larson will be in 10th. So that will be the top 10 to begin stage 2. Waiting on us to get to the next restart. A lot of racing still to go. Again, visual purposes, the race today on Fox Sports 1. First points being raced on FS1 this year. And in fact, all the races from now through Talladega will be on FS1. Talladega will be the next race on local or Big Fox.
Title looking rest of the league coming for the crown. The new season kicks off March 28th on Fox. Well, let's see what kind of fun the boys have found wandering about.
Well, we are actually at what they call the perch, which is just above turn 1, and I appreciate you guys letting us kind of invade your space here. We're actually working. We're live here. So I'm sorry, you're a young fan here. What's your name and who you're rooting for?
My name is Julian Solis, and my favorite racer is Byron 24.
Oh, good pick, because he was on the phone.
He did
Yes.
way better than the guy in Atlanta who did not answer you.
We didn't know where we were, but tell me what you're keeping an eye on so far from this great spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, Joey Logano, he had that penalty early on. If you're going to have a penalty, have it early so you can recover from it. It's going to be interesting to see now that they've reset Chris. Is he able to drive up through the field, get back up the lead where he was?
Yeah, it's a great view, and thanks again. We were going to go Rattlesnake Hill. Too many lawyers.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, a lot of attorneys up there got in our way. All right.
You know, it's really named Monument Hill, but when Buddy Joe owned this racetrack, he named it Rattlesnake Hill on the track map so people wouldn't go up there. I mean, snakes, you know? Then they cleared them all out and they terraced it, and now it's a fan area. It's all good.
There's the brains of the booth you were talking about.
Well, the brains
That leaves you out. So I don't know what you've left yourself.
I don't either.
Because I've seen you play basketball or any other sport, golf for that matter.
Oh, now I smoked you at golf. Let's not get
You
carried
blew
away.
the course up, literally.
All right.
All right, let's hear how the 60 team assesses Ryan Priest's run on the option tire.
Good call. There. Driver. Yeah, we passed cars. I don't want to get it.
I think it's fair right here. That's what that Kate extended with those softer tires. I want to hear that conversation after these next set on here. It's not going to be near as pleasant, but he got the track position that he needed, and that car will drive better because of it.
Now, Ross Chastain was penalized for too fast entering on the way down pit road to his pit. So he came back in to serve his penalty and put on the option tires.
Oh.
Well, this is a tricky pit road with the way that that corner is and where the pit stalls are. It's really easy to get that speeding penalty, but it definitely, that shows you how important the track position was. And when you went all the way to the back, they were like, the heck with it. We need to make something out of this stage in order to put ourselves in a position. They don't think they can obviously win today because of the fact that they've got themselves so far behind.
And Logano back at 25th there after the stop and after serving his penalty for cutting the yellow line on the restart.
Going to your point with Chastain there, they didn't want to use him. Obviously, they put him on because of the penalty, forced their hand. Didn't have a choice.
And the highest one of those in the running order,
Cindric
in 14th. He's on the option. So is Justin Haley. Cole Custer is on the red sidewalled option tires. Riley Hurts, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell, Shane Van Gisbergen, Daniel Suarez, and as we mentioned, Ross Chastain. They will start stage 2 on the red letter option tire.
And I think a couple of these guys are going to drive through the field and get themselves just like Priest did up into that top 10, and that's what they're hoping for is to try to grab some stage points and a little bit of track position.
It's Byron and Reddick on the front row, ready to restart.
Adjustments have been made. Let's see how these cars react to this.
Byron's led 65 to 70 laps so far.
All right, getting ready for the restart here. William Byron back out in front again after winning stage 1. Green flag back in the air. Great launch in the restart zone. He's well clear before getting to the start-finish line. Pulls to the apron after the start-finish line. No penalty there. 4 wide. Austin Cindric on the option tires all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to pick up a few positions. Chase Elliott, one of the cars to his outside. Same for Carson Hocevar and Chris Buescher. Cindric being in 14th on this restart. I would imagine those option tires, he's going to get to the lead here shortly, assuming that he can get through traffic cleanly. Bottlenecking up quite a bit. 3 wide under Larson and Buescher still. Into 3 and 4 is Cindric. Powering forward, clearing everybody. Austin Cindric gained so many spots on that opening lap. 6 of them from 14th to 8th. Everybody else of those that would have had option tires restarted outside the top 20. There were over a half a dozen that are on the option tires that will also try to progress forward here as we begin stage 2. Cindric to the inside of Josh Berry, looking to make a pass for 7th, right behind his teammate Ryan Blaney down on the bottom. Definitely tell that he overdrove the entry into the corner there because he actually lost time through 1 and 2. Tyler Reddick side by side with a fellow Toyota, Christopher Bell. Bell trying to pass him on the outside. Reddick wiggles down on the bottom of the track. Big loss of momentum. Had the left sides down on that yellow line. Couldn't hook it. And Bell is quickly into 2nd. Reddick maybe trying to get the marbles off the tires down the back straightaway. Saw him shaking back and forth just a little bit. Maybe had some loose rubber down on the tires after having that loose moment. It is an utter mess in the middle of the pack yet again. Every time they pan back to the middle, to the back of the pack, 3-4 wide, several laps even into the restart, especially when you have a mix of so many drivers back there on option tires passing those at the tail end of the field that were on the primary tires. Cindric still going to work on Berry, though Berry had gotten by Ryan Blaney the lap before that, so Cindric had already gotten by the 12. Now he'll clear the 21 into turn 1 for 6th. Cindric the highest running Ford other than Priest in 4th, who would have had the option tires during the last stage. And as for William Byron in the lead, the next closest Chevrolet would be Kyle Larson all the way back in 9th. His teammate here at Hendrick Motorsports, so Byron definitely carrying the banner for the bow ties so far this afternoon, and he's done a great job of it, dominating the race in the lap sled category and winning stage 1 to begin things off today. Still only on lap 77 of 312, though. Long ways to go. Biggest mover since the restart, Ross Chastain up 14 positions, 12 spots gained for Michael McDowell. Justin Haley up 11 and 9 spots gained for Austin Cindric, who just passed Denny Hamlin for 5th. Justin Haley up to 14th would be the second highest running of those on the option tires, other than Cindric in 5th. 4 wide off turn 4. Brad Keselowski right in the middle of it there. Got the 35 of Riley Herbst around him. Shane Van Gisbergen in the mix. Eric Jones. I don't know how they got through there with little to no contact. Brad's been in the middle of all of it. Keselowski back in 28th right now, despite the fact that his teammate Chris Buescher restarted up just inside the top 10. Has lost a couple spots since the restart, but still outrunning Brad. And obviously Ryan Preece with the options at RFK is still up in the top 5. In 5th, he just got passed by Cindric. Cindric up to 4th. 1 second lead for William Byron over Christopher Bell. 1.7 seconds back to Tyler Reddick in 3rd. Austin Cindric is 1.9 seconds off the lead in 4th that last time by at the line, and Ryan Preece 3.1 seconds back in 5th. That's the top 5 in the running order. Already 20 laps into stage 2. About 105 laps to go in the second stage for where we're at right now. Full screen commercial break on Fox Sports 1. Based off the pre-race predictions and where all those drivers are running right now, one of my don't-haves was actually Austin Cindric. He is running in 4th, though, again, on the option tires. The other don't-have picks for this race would have been Alex Bowman in the 48, who's still back in 22nd, and Kyle Busch in the 8 car, who has been running outside the top 10 for most of the day, currently in 12th. 17 spots gained for Michael McDowell. He was one of the sleeper picks. He's on option tires, I do believe, obviously, with being up that many spots. And he is up to 11th now. 19 spots gained as he was able to get by a couple more cars that last lap. Carson Hocevar in the 77 has fallen back to 20th. 8 spots lost since the restart for him. Started in 3rd place earlier today. And then the other sleeper pick would have been Chris Buescher in the 17. And Buescher has fallen to 16th, lost 7 spots on the restart after getting to 9th, following the pit stops at the end of stage 1. And for the must-have picks today, Ryan Blaney, who was up in the top 5 there in the restart, fell back to 8th. William Byron is still leading. Austin Cindric, though, is in 2nd and is probably going to get the lead from him here shortly. And Joey Logano, who had the restart lane violation, is currently 28th. As of right now, still towards the back of the pack. So kind of all over the board based off the pre-race predictions and where we're at currently. Chad Poll, 79 votes have been casted. 51% of those 79 votes taking somebody other than Byron, Logano, or Blaney for the win. Blaney at 23%, Logano at 10%, William Byron at 16%. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC, the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. Cindric only 1 second off the race lead. Justin Haley is up into the top 5 and 5th. Seems to be running a faster pace than Cindric to get to where he's at right now. Restarted much further behind where Austin Cindric was at.
In 3 weeks, get ready for a new kind of madness. It's the college basketball crown. 16 teams from the top conferences face off in an all-new postseason tournament. Tip-off is March 31st on Fox and FS1. Here in Phoenix, Austin Cindric continues his march to the front on the option tire as he passes Christopher Bell for 2nd place.
Easy.
I mean, it's as simple as that. Not going to be the leader here in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, he's a half second. I'm going to close in really fast on William Byron. And then, you know, the key to the equation here is that if this doesn't go and have a caution and it goes green, you want to drive away as far as possible in case you're not the best car so that you can get as far ahead of William Byron or whoever is in 2nd place at that particular point. So you want to put as much distance as possible and make this pass as fast as you can.
Larry, we've talked about how the option tire works and what the different scenarios are, but why did Goodyear choose to bring 2 different compounds of tires here? to Phoenix.
Like we did it twice last year. We did it in North Wilkesboro, the All-Star race, a half-mile track with brand new asphalt. We did it a little later in the year, Richmond, a 3-4 mile racetrack that's very wore out. The surface here is somewhere in between, but this is the most high-speed track we have tried to set. The ultimate goal is to see if overall a softer tire combination will work at this 1 mile racetrack, because the history shows last year, everywhere we showed it with a softer tire, Watkins Glen, Martinsville, the racing was better.
Here's Austin Cindric on the option tire, racing William Byron for the lead. And these will be Cindric's first career laps led at Phoenix. Jamie.
And this has been a tough place for Austin Cindric, but I talked to Brian Wilson and he said they feel like they took a step in the right direction here in the fall. So they feel that. And so far, the handling of this car is good. Now, Brian also told me that if they drive into the top 10 by the end of stage 1, they would put these option tires on. Well, he wasn't able to make up much ground at all, so he restarted 14th. They put those options on here. He's gone to the front, new leader.
Well, it's not just Cindric. Justin Haley's jumped up in 4th spot, and the cars on the option tires that pitted and started at the back for stage 2, they're coming to the front.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Haley, Suarez, Chastain. But I want to point out, look at Priest. He's still up there. They drove for, he started 28, put those tires on, got him the points that they were looking for, but it also got him established up front in the cleaner air, and that car's going to handle better. And you can, you know, he's obviously holding court right there. So I think he's, that was a good move by them, and it's put him in a lot better predicament than he had before. Time will tell if it learns him later.
There's no way of getting around that. The closer you get to the front, the better your car is going to handle.
Oh, got trouble. Somebody locked up there, and then went way up high. I think it was Michael McDowell.
They got the
Here he is in turn 4. And the other one's out.
They blow an exit caution out. 23 debris.
He hit pretty hard, guys.
I don't know. Did it blow up? Looks like the right rear might be flat.
I think oh yeah, it is.
Right rear.
Yeah, we talked about him. You know, we talked not necessarily him, but we talked about those tires blistering or having too much heat and blowing out. So
I think it went down, and we've seen it before. It dumps all that. These cars are so rigid. Obviously, he's right there. Goes down, it takes the weight off the front, and it won't stop. That's where he locks the brakes up. See, it took all the weight. When that right rear goes down, with these things being as rigid as they are, it takes the weight off the left front, locked it up, wouldn't stop for him.
yeah, what he got away with a pretty minimal amount of damage for as bad as that could have been.
4th caution flag of the day in Phoenix. This one for the hometown favorite, Michael McDowell.
McDowell was just driving up inside the top 10 there, right in front of Ryan Priest, Ryan Blaney at the time of the right rear tire going flat. Got up against the wall, no major damage on his Chevrolet, and he should be able to continue on. Not what the drivers on the option tires wanted to see was a caution that early into the run, because although Cindric's got the track position, probably going to have other drivers try to get the option tires on their car for the first time now and also try to take that track position back again. We'll have to see how that's all going to work itself out, obviously, when we get to the next restart. And if we have any pit stops, which I would imagine we will, because we're almost in the window to make it on fuel to the end of the stage from here. So for that reason, I would expect quite a few drivers to come to pit road. Plenty of sets of tires to pit right now as well. Each of these teams were given 8 sets total, 6 primaries and 2 sets of options. And most of these teams have only pitted for 1 set of tires throughout the course of the race today. Some still have, many I should say, still have 2 option tires left. And I would imagine a lot more teams that haven't used at least one of their sets of options are going to be using them on this next pit stop. Good for the short term for Cindric to get the track position and get to the lead, but he might end up losing it.
And welcome back to Phoenix Raceway, the 45. Tyler Reddick is in. Cars driving better that time. Just an air pressure adjustment. The 2 of Austin Cindric. He went to those softer sidewall tires. They take them off. They put the primary stack on. Reagan.
20 Christopher Bell has more grip than most of the cars around him. He likes that. Happy overall with the car right now. The yellow primary tires going on his, and the 24 of William Byron. Entry and exit were better, but he got too tight when the 2 car got in front of him.
Saw Jimmy Logano among those putting on the softer option tire to run the distance.
Christopher Bell wins the race off pit road. 2 positions gained for him. William Byron loses 2 spots, and I believe he comes out third. At least that's what it showed on, or Austin Cindric, Cindric, who went in with the lead, lost 2 spots, so he comes out third. Byron will be in second, and this will be the first time Christopher Bell has led in the race today. He is the defending winner of this race, and obviously has won the last 2 Cup races here, the beginning portion of 2025. We'll see if he can get his third. A lot of laps still to go here today at Phoenix. It's our 4th caution, our 3rd for incident. First caution for incident in stage 2. Just over an hour into the race, 7 lead changes, 22 laps and counting under the caution to this point. Shake up in the leaderboard now. Our top 5 for the next restart. We'll have Christopher Bell in the lead, William Byron 2nd, Austin Cindric 3rd, Daniel Suarez 4th, and Tyler Reddick will be in 5th. Caution is out again for Michael McDowell, having a flat right rear tire. Just a reminder, the poll that is open in the chat will end at the end of stage 2, so if you haven't voted yet for who you think is going to win today's race or the likely of the 4 options, you can put that in the chat poll, and fantasy lineups will lock up before the end of stage 2 as well. Can't change the head-to-head picks, but you can change the starting 5. And I messed up on that last week because I did not get Larson out of my lineup quick enough when he had the tire come off of his car. So he was stuck in my garage last week as a result of that. Towards the end of stage 2. I should say he was in my lineup and I couldn't take him out because I waited a little bit too long. Happened late in the stage, but that's what happens, I guess, when you're streaming at the same time you're trying to talk about the race going on. A lot of action still to go, though, here at Phoenix today. Did not get the 1-to-go signal that time either. So we'll have to wait at least another lap. Lap 97 of 312. While they haven't gotten the 1-to-go signal, we'll take a quick break yet again. You're listening live on KRC to the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. Waiting to see the Fox graphic if anybody took the option tires. For this next restart. Should get the 1-to-go signal this time. It seemed like the stage caution at the end of stage 1 got lengthened out quite a bit too. Into the choose. Bell inside, Byron outside. Cindric from 3rd will be outside of row 2. Daniel Suarez will be on the inside of row number 2. So those are the front couple of rows. Highlighting Kyle Busch on screen, 60 races since his last Cup win. Led the most laps at COTA last week. Unfortunately, did not get the race victory. Finished 5th, got his first top 5 of the season. Looking to build on that here today. Having a decent run at Phoenix. Better than he has had, at least in the last few starts here. It's been 4 races since his last top 20, and he's currently in 11th. So it'll be lap 39 on the restart. Lap 39 of stage 2, specifically. Overall in the race, it'll be lap 99 of 312. And they are in the field window to make it to the end of the stage. If we go green to the end of stage 2, green flag in the air, Bell with the launch. And pulls down to the apron, trying to separate himself from William Byron. Clear before getting into turn 1 for Christopher Bell. Byron shoots to the outside quickly on entry into the corner. Not going to be able to get it to stick enough. Bell still clear on the exit. Oh, contact, hard crash off of turn 2. Multiple cars against the wall. And now we've got the parking lot on the back straightaway. Somebody wheel hopped over another.
At lap 99. Fellas, I don't think that was an if. I think that was a plan. All of that, everybody funnels down there into the middle of turns 1 and 2, and you just can't get off that corner 5 wide.
Osabar up against the wall hard, started third.
Yeah, and a lot of times what happens, you get off that corner from the flat up onto the racetrack, and that front end will take off, as we saw earlier, and hit the guy on the outside of you, and that starts a chain reaction.
Justin Haley, Riley Herbst involved. The AMR safety crew quickly on the scene.
Both rookies, Herbst and
Bunch
SVG.
of torn up race cars. Looks like all but 3 got away.
Yeah, a lot of times on this back straightaway here, it's just so narrow. Once they start wrecking and the smoke starts building up, it's just hard to be able to tell where to go.
Much like the first one, it starts right in here. You see him, the funnel starts here as they start the progression moving up into Haley, into Briscoe.
Wow.
And I think that was Hosvar on the outside. Just runs out of room.
And Herbst into Haley seemed to be the first point of contact.
I think it was Gibbs is who it was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, 54 comes up and they all get squeezed right. Oh,
You're right.
They just run out of room, man. That car launched up in the air.
19 jumped over the right front of Haley.
Briscoe with a lot of
Blew the
damage.
side window out of Briscoe's car. That car's hurt bad.
Yeah, and I don't think that the 54 really did anything wrong right there. They just squeezed together, but it looked like the 19 and
Well, nobody lifted. Nobody was willing to lift.
those wheels grabbed.
Boy, did they watch from Van Gisbergen here.
Yeah, so watch this 7 and 19 right here. The 7 is going to be all the way up against the. Wow.
Boom.
Happens fast.
And now from Chase Briscoe.
Some violent impacts
Hasn't been
there.
a very good start to the season for Briscoe.
Ooh.
Let's watch Shane here. At least 7 cars involved in this pileup. There's Carson Hocevar climbing out. And all 3 Spire cars have been in an incident today after all qualifying up front in the top 8. A 7-car pileup as they funnel together off turn number 2, puts us back under yellow.
Under caution for the 5th time here today at Phoenix, and our 2nd time in stage 2. First lap following the restart. 5 wide there off the exit of turn 2. Ty Gibbs kind of squeezes the 7 a bit. Didn't look like he touched him, but the 7 goes up to try to give himself more room. Contact between Justin Haley and Chase Briscoe. Carson Hocevar, who was already to the outside, squeezed into the wall. Melee from there. Quite a bit of damage on pretty much all 7 cars that were involved in the incident. Riley Herbst, Carson Hocevar, Chase Briscoe, Justin Haley involved. Shane Van Gisbergen was in it. Noah Gregson, Cole Custer had pieces of the damage as well. Brad Keselowski had spun. I think Keselowski probably had the least amount of damage of those involved. That was the parking lot on the back straightaway, which it looked like we were going to see from that stage 1 lap 10 incident with Cole Custer and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., where several drivers were able to evade down the narrow back straightaway. Not the case this time, unfortunately. Patty and Rubney Creations, Ruben Topa, thanks for tuning in today. Get extra points if you match all. Are you talking about on the head-to-head for fantasy? Is that what you mean by match? It's 10 points per head-to-head, so if you get all of them, there's no bonus points for it. It's just 40. Each one's basically 10 bonus points. And as of right now, I would be 2 for 10. Or 2 for 4, I mean, if it ended today. 20 points total. None of the guys on my fantasy team were caught up in that wreck, so that's good. I think Keselowski's going to be able to continue, but he might be the only one from that crash. Maybe Gregson could continue as well. I think SVG had too much damage. Same for Justin Haley, Chase Briscoe, Carson Hocevar. Michael McDowell was still in the race following his incident with the right rear tire going down, but he did fall several laps off the lead lap. So he's going to be able to pass everybody that's going to DNF. Riley Herbst is going to end up with the last place finish today as that car is wrecked, and I don't think he's coming back. Once you leave the car, you are out of the race. You can't go to the garage and get it fixed. But if you stay in the car and you're able to either get towed back or drive back to the garage, you can make the repairs and come back out. No DVP clock either, so once the 71 machine of Michael McDowell's fixed up enough, ready to get back out there, a few laps down, as I mentioned already.
Cast in NASCAR, tune in and see.
And he was able to return.
Happy Hour presented by Echo Park Automotive. And let's show you that finish last week that Kevin was talking about. Racing each other with respect. Great finish.
It was a great finish, and see some contact right there, but those guys raced each other really hard, really clean. Bell in the end had a little bit of a tire advantage and was able to clear Kyle Busch and drive away for the win. But it wasn't just Busch. William Byron, I mean, he would, with as hard as those two guys were racing, William Byron got himself back into it, but ultimately Christopher Bell was winner.
And look, which two drivers we're talking about today? Exact same two.
Christopher Bell coming off 2 straight wins, trying to tie. Kevin Harvick did in 2018, and Bill Elliott accomplished in 1992. 3 in a row. Well, look at them 4 wide there.
That was the wheel hop I saw.
As they get together,
Man.
and the wall is right there, and this ends up, we had 7 cars involved, but the more we look, the more we count of cars. That
Yeah,
had
Austin
damage.
Dillon got a piece of it
This one
too.
Add Keselowski and Custer to the list. Gregson goes around. It's like Dillon sneaks through.
Dillon caught
A
the
lot of damage
6.
Yeah, and it's just that's a tough spot where with everybody racing on the apron, and like we talk about that funnel, but it is so narrow. So you see the right front tire there on Chase Briscoe's car, and as much hype as around Briscoe, they've not had the finishes to go with it, Clint.
All right, we'll step aside as cleanup continues here at Phoenix for this pileup at lap 99.
Looks like 11 cars caught up in the incident. Originally tallied on Fox as 7, recounted during the commercial break. 11 cars now tallied as involved in the caution at lap number 99. Still sitting at the 7 lead changes. Christopher Bell held on to the lead at the time of the yellow. It'll be Bell in the lead. Then you got Byron behind him. Austin Cindric, Daniel Suarez, Tyler Reddick, the top 5. Denny Hamlin also up there towards the front of the field following that incident. Quick caution, obviously, about a half a lap after the restart. And I believe Catherine Legg got one of her 3 laps back with the free pass following this yellow. With as many cars involved in the incident as there was, there's now just 27 cars on the lead lap. Riley Herbst, Carson Hocevar, Chase Briscoe, Justin Haley, all out of the race. Brad Keselowski, Cole Custer are 7 laps down each, so they're probably done as well. Gregson, Van Gisbergen, 6 laps down. It's at least 8 cars either in the garage or out of the race. And all of those 8 were involved in that incident. Of the 11 in total that were all listed as involved. Josh Berry had a 30-second pit stop. Yeah, not good for the Wood brothers there. Luckily, he was just in front of that mess or had gotten through it completely. No major damage. Yeah, we got a wild one in the West, though, I'll tell you that much. Waiting to the next restart. We've had a slow pacing race though. 5 cautions. We tend to get more cautions in the Spring Phoenix event than the fall race. I mentioned that in the pre-race. I might have mentioned that at some point in time in the early going of this race when we had those first 2 yellows in the first 10 laps. But if this continues up, we might end up having a lot more than we usually see.
Still cleaning up from the lap 99 crash. Now, Justin Haley was coming in the top 10, headed for the top 5 when he got caught up. Listen to Haley and then his crew chief, Rodney Childers, after this happened.
And I tried to check up for kids, and it wasn't for adults. Did you not just come across with those? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. But good job all weekend. I had a good car.
Kevin, these are some really hard hits.
Yeah, and that's usually the way that those hits are there on the turn 2. You know, we saw the 54 car come up the track, and then you heard Justin say right there, I tried to check up. He knew that there were 2 cars on the outside of him. Not sure if the 54 knew there were 3 on the outside of him, but they all just squeezed into a tighter spot than would fit 4 cars.
Yeah. So your leader is Christopher Bell behind the Chevy Corvette safety car. Let's check with Regan.
Like Christopher Bell, fast on the racetrack all year long, two wins in a row. But you can't get 2 wins in a row without a fast pick through. Darrell Edwards, Jackman for Christopher Bell. You guys won the race off of pit road in that most recent yellow flag. What is the sensation like when you have a good stop like that and your driver's out first?
I mean, it feels really good. Like, that's all the preparation work that you do in the off season. And when you see it all come together at the right time, man, it just feels so good. And with this group, like you said, we've been together for 4 years now. We just try not to be superheroes, man, honestly. We just try to give Bell the best shot and send him out there and leave it in his hands.
Mike Darrell's having a good day. And also High Point University, where he played basketball, qualified for the NCAA tournament for the first time ever earlier today.
Yeah. Darrell Edwards out of Baltimore, Maryland. He's competed as a jackman at NASCAR's highest level for the past 5 seasons.
Saw those guys checking into the hotel yesterday. They're dudes, all of them. It's amazing the job they're doing on pit road these days.
Jamie?
Well, we're at the infield care center waiting on drivers to get checked and released. Riley Herbst, the first one. That was a big one here at this 1 mile oval. What did you see there, Riley?
Yeah, I don't know. It all happened in front of me. Just kind of biding my time, learning, continue to work and build. And they were wrecking off turn 2, and I tried to avoid it to go low and just got caught up, I think, at the very last second. So frustrating for sure, but get to go home next weekend, and hopefully we have a good run. So look forward for all the support, and yeah, thank you.
First Cup start at Phoenix ends early.
Home to Las Vegas. For
I was looking at the replay there. How the heck did Bowman make it through? He was like right behind all that. I don't think he had a scratch.
7 cars off track. Here's AJ Allmendinger.
Now he's 18.
The lead lap, 24th spot. That is the Celsius energy drink on for camera for the Dinger. Been up as high as 16th so far. Larry, how about Joey Logano started on the front row, came to the pits under penalty, and then on a subsequent caution decided, let's go for the option.
Nobody loves to ride around under caution except Joey Logano and Paul Roof right now at 50 miles per hour. Because when we went back racing before that caution, there was 87 laps to go. They're the only car out there on the red soft option tires right now. That's too many laps. Every lap they can run under caution, that subtracts laps run under green. Right now, we've got about 75 laps to go. I think if we can get that number to maybe 60 laps, running to the end of stage 2 might be doable on those red option tires.
It's a risk.
Either way, they're definitely in a box. And now that we've had some cautions, we know everybody's going to make it on fuel. We thought they could before, but now there's zero question about that. So they're hoping for some. They're hoping that they can run far enough to get to the lead and then have the caution fall out.
They need more cautions right after this restart.
Yeah, that too. One or the other, right, Larry?
You got it. Logano will restart 17th. Well, he's 17th now. We'll see how things line up after the choose.
Yeah, it looks to me like the back straightaway still needs to be cleaned up some.
Yep.
Well, the reason we went to an option tire is we wanted to liven this place up. And I think it has accomplished that, to say the least. It's shaking the starting lineup up, and they're enabling them to make moves that we haven't seen here in the past. I like it. I'm a fan of it.
Well, right off the
tires better.
right off the bat from practice yesterday, when you looked at the timing sheets and listened to everybody talk, there was just nobody that was certain that they were going to have a good car and knew exactly what their strategy needed to be. And I think we've seen the same thing today. We've seen strategy all over the place. We've seen wrecks and 4 or 5 wide that we normally see, but it seems like you've got more cars being passed and coming and going because of the fact that we have these 2 different tires. Jamie?
Well, Carson Hocevar with all smiles yesterday when he qualified third. Obviously a good car there, Carson, but what'd you see that ended your day?
Yeah, it's frustrating. Your car was fast. I felt like our minor Chevrolet was pretty good, and we're just got behind on a pit stop and just playing the tire game, and shouldn't have been back there is really what the result of it was. Unfortunately, we had good track position, and just the way that cycle worked out is we're just back there in the mess. So unfortunate, but our Spire cars are fast, and I'm sure they'll be fast again.
Thank you.
Bell and Byron up.
All right, Christopher Bell inside of row 1 on the restart. William Byron on the outside. Good push from behind there for the 20 from the 99. Green flag back in the air. Car length and a half lead by the time he got to the start-finish line. Side by side for second between Suarez and Byron into the first turn. 3 wide just behind them for 4th place between Chastain, Reddick, and Cindric. Byron cleared for second. Suarez cleared for third. They'll funnel off a turn 2. Joey Logano on the red option tires down on the bottom 3, nearly 4 wide off turn 2 as he tries to gain ground from 17th on the restart. Kyle Larson up in the outside lane, almost snuck to the outside of Austin Cindric. Got closed up quickly. Reddick was still underneath the 2. Would have ran out of room if he did get there. Buying his time as Joey Logano not buying his time. He's trying to rush through to the front of the field as quickly as he can. Had a quick car early, led some laps, had the restart violation, and now trying to gain ground on the option tires to cut through the field. Missed the last incident. Didn't even have a full lap of green flag action under those option tires, so that caution might have panned out well for him, at least for the first half of stage 2, if we get a long enough green flag run this time. Reddick slides the tires, almost gets into Cindric as he tried to make the pass on the inside through 1 and 2. As he slid the rear tires, Kyle Larson is now underneath them and will battle for 5th. Larson down on the bottom lane of the racetrack, Reddick on the outside. Saw Reddick slide the tires down on the yellow line when he was battling Christopher Bell for second real early in this stage also. Same thing. Car probably not gripping up well enough down on that bottom lane of the track. William Byron trying a much different line through 1 and 2 as he tries to chase down the leader, Christopher Bell. He went all the way to the wall in 1 and 2. No PJ1 or traction compound up there like we have seen in some of the years past. They didn't run any during the championship race here last season either. Byron trying a different line, just doing what he can, get clean air on the nose, learn for later. This time through 1 and 2, he goes right back to the yellow line, same line that Bell is running, now that he is a little more than a half a second back. Reddick and Larson have been side by side for that 5th place position for about a lap and a half now. Just behind them is Ryan Preece in the 60, and then Joey Logano on the option tires in 8th, who will now make the pass on Ryan Preece through turns 3 and 4, and will probably try to go 3 wide as he cuts to the apron through the dogleg to get by the 5 and the 45. Larson couldn't stay side by side with Reddick this time. He'll go to the outside to try to beat him on corner exit. Logano, all 4 tires down on the apron, will clear Larson off turn 2 and gets to the left rear corner panel nearly of Reddick. We'll see if he'll try the outside this time. Yes, he does. Gets clean air on the nose. Gets the drive off from the exit of turn 4. He'll look to try to make the pass again through 1 and 2 this time if he can pull alongside the 45 Mobil 1 Toyota of Tyler Reddick. If you are wondering how Suarez had gotten up into the top 5, he was on the option tires at the beginning of stage 2 before that first caution in the stage ended up coming out for the Michael McDowell flat right rear tire. He had driven up to, I believe, 5th place at the time, and that is why he had gotten to 3rd on this last restart. Cody Ware also on the option tires, but restarted a little further back. He is in 21st, so other than Logano, that's the only other driver on the Reds right now. And I believe for both of them, it is their first set of the option tires. Still, several drivers have not even used a set yet. Replay of contact between Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin, middle of the back straightaway. Chastain was already up on the outside. It looked like Hamlin just kind of got into him. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Didn't really hurt either car. Hamlin eventually was able to make the pass on the other end of the track in 3 and 4, and that was a battle that was going on for 10th. Kyle Busch got around both cars on that last restart. He is up to 9th. And we haven't talked about Ryan Blaney a whole lot. He was 5th at the end of stage 1, but hasn't been up in the top 5 since all the changing of the tire strategies that we saw, and he is currently in 11th, battling with Ross Chastain for that spot. John Barber, thanks for tuning in. Cars and Thomas Productions, welcome to the stream as well. I didn't shout either of you guys out yet. Appreciate you tuning in. Looks like another race of survival so far. Up to this point, that has definitely been the case. Quite a few drivers are off the lead lap. Only 27 cars on the lead lap. A lot of that due to the incidents we've seen in the first half of this race. Still a long ways to go, and what coming into this race was originally supposed to be one of the shortest races on the season by way of race length, 312 miles. But with the 5 cautions in these first 100 laps, and now up to lap 124 since the last restart, things have definitely not quite obviously gone green for very long. Longest green flag run, I believe, is 46 laps to the end of stage 1. From the second yellow, which had taken place at lap 10. I believe they restarted at lap 15. Top 10 on the leaderboard and the intervals between them. 1.3 second lead for Christopher Bell over William Byron. Joey Logano in third, 1.7 seconds back. Daniel Suarez falls to fourth now, 3.1 seconds off the lead. 3.6 seconds back for Austin Cindric in fifth. Tyler Reddick in sixth is 4 seconds off the lead. 4.6 seconds back for Kyle Larson in seventh. Eighth is Ryan Preece, 5.6 back. 6.2 back for Kyle Busch in ninth. And Denny Hamlin, 6.4 seconds off the lead in 10th. So that is the top 10 and the splits between them. Joey Logano makes a pass on William Byron for second. He is up 17 positions since the restart on the option tires. Cody Ware back in 20th, only up 6 spots for where he is currently running. Again, those are the only 2 in the options. Logano's deficit to race leader Christopher Bell, defending winner of this race, is about 1.3 seconds. Lap 66 of 125 in stage 2, and lap 126 of 312 total in the race. Once again, still a lot of action to go yet in this one. Logano quickly now under a second off of the lead from Christopher Bell. That last lap, Logano was almost 0.3 quicker. Actually, a little more than 0.3 quicker. 28.091 for Logano on the options. Primary tires for race leader Christopher Bell ran a 28.396 as of that last lap. Ryan Blaney now has caught Denny Hamlin in the 10 cars. He battles for 10th. The 11 car battling for 10th, I should say. Hamlin stuck right behind Kyle Busch as well, and Preece not that far ahead of Busch also. So pretty tightly are those 4 cars in the positions 8th through 11th. Hamlin got a good run off turn 2 on that higher side. Busch blocks Hamlin down to the bottom. Hamlin still trying to sneak his nose to the inside, gets a lower drive off, and gets alongside the 8. Blaney trying to get them both 3 wide to the bottom as they side draft just in front of him, and now they're 3 wide for position down towards turn 1. Aggressive move here by Blaney trying to pick up both spots. Blaney and Hamlin have cleared Kyle Busch off turn 2. And now Blaney side drafts the left rear corner panel of the 11 car down the backstretch as he tries to make a pass on him. Last time by at the line, Joey Logano did lead the lap by inches over Christopher Bell, but hasn't cleared him yet. Side by side for the lead still into turns 1 and 2. More grip in the option tire still at this point in the run for Joey Logano. He'll clear by a car length and a half off of turn 2. And for the second time today, Joey Logano leads at Phoenix. And the first time since the restart lane violation at lap 15. Still about 55 laps to go in the stage. 5 cautions and now 8 lead changes in the race following this most recent one for Logano passing Christopher Bell. And 18 positions gained for Joey Logano to get there after restarting back in 19th. Still 0.3 of a second quicker than Bell that last lap, even after having the pass on him. 28.383 for Logano to Bell's 28.663. William Byron a little quicker than Bell that last lap, so we'll see if the 24 can catch the 20 at some point during this run. Again, they would both be on the primary tires. And as far as fuel goes, they can make it on fuel to the end of the stage. We'll have to see if Joey Logano's tires fall off at any point if it stays green to the end, knowing that he's going to have to go over 70 green flag laps on the options. Most we saw of any driver go on the option tires in the full 45-minute practice session yesterday was Michael McDowell, who ran about 44 laps. So we really don't know what the fall-off is going to be post 45 laps for Joey Logano. So these last 30 laps specifically of this stage are going to be very interesting to see if he gives any, if all of that time back up. Jordan NASCAR, thanks for tuning in. Sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not done so yet. Got 66 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 100. Not quite halfway through the race, and we're past halfway to our goal, so I appreciate that up to this point. We'll have our diecast showing at the end of Stage 2 per usual in these live commentary streams. Chat poll will close at the end of Stage 2 as well. We got 99 votes there for who you think is going to win. Fantasy, all locks at the end of Stage 2 as well. Got a lot to take care of here. Listen to your broadcast. Got the race on TV, PBR on the phone. Living the life. There you go. Who saw Cindric in the top 5? Yeah, he was on the option tires back in Stage 2, beginning of the stage. He's still holding on to 5th. He was top 5 in practice yesterday, but qualified 13th. I had him on my don't have list because he has not finished in the top 10 at Phoenix in his Cup career, despite the fact that we know Penske dominates here, but it's usually between the 12 and the 22. And the 2, not so much. And if he does finish better than 8th in Stage 2 alone, he'll actually score more stage points in this stage than the previous 6 races that he would have had in his career at Phoenix before that.
Yellow line. Trust me, I mean, if I never had to bet, it felt one at all. It was nothing. Ridiculous.
Well, after serving that penalty, Joey Logano and Paul Wolf came up with an alternate strategy to everybody else where they switched to the softer optional tire and then marched through the field from lap 60 on to where they are now the race leader. And we're running laps half a second faster than the field. But now that Logano has opened up a 1.5 second lead on Christopher Bell, he has backed off to about the same pace as the rest of the top 5.
Mike, that's exactly what Paul Wolf told Joey to do. When he was still running second, they made him aware that he had to run roughly a little over 70 laps on these tires. The most we'd seen was Priest that ran 40 laps earlier in the race. They said, get the lead, build a buffer, and let's just maintain, because they cannot afford to make a green flag stop. I still don't like the box they're in, being down instead of the red options, but I think this is their only option, no pun intended, to go with.
Okay. Regan, how about Ross Chastain?
Like another car that's in that box that doesn't have the second set of red options. Ross Chastain, 20 laps on these tires that they took off a little while ago. Take a look at this. I just want to show you. This is the right front tire that came off of Ross's. You see these dots right here? These are the wear dots. They are still there. They're not completely worn down, but they have been worn down some. This tire is the worst of all the tires in terms of that right now. The 1 car and the 99 car both have these reds laying on pit road still. They will reuse these later on in the race if they have to, so maybe down 20 laps worth of reds, but not the entire reds.
Well, Larry, would you rather have 20 lap reds or brand new sticker prime yellow tire?
I know it was a completely different situation, but at North Wilkesboro last May, once the reds cooled down, they would fire back off and do pretty good. So that could be a good option to have, considering they're down a set.
So they're not out of tools. 5 cautions so far. That's more than the whole race here last fall.
Well, and to that point, Mike, I think that this tire option has given us more things happening for sure, and it's definitely added way more elements to this race than what we had last fall.
All right, here's Jamie.
It's on track for Chase Briscoe, and Chase, your day ends early. How do you describe that big one that ended today?
Yeah, that was about the biggest you could crash at Phoenix. Yeah, it was a big one. Yeah, just on that restart, we're all kind of 3-4 wide, and I just climbed over the sevens right front. So, yeah, unfortunately, we were able to go to the tail and drove back up to like 13th. Felt really good about our past first episode. Yeah, I got myself in a bad spot. I was probably trying to paid a little more left, just throwing in the 77s on my record. Yeah, climbed over the sevens right front. So, yeah, unfortunate, but tried to learn from it, not do that again, and go on to Vegas.
So Briscoe out of it, and remember, he got his 100 points back after winning the appeal on that spoiler violation. Shane Van Gisbergen also checked and released from the Care Center.
Good 3-car battle here with Suarez, Cindric, and Reddick. Reddick was running the outside, running down. Cindric pulled up and kind of blocked. He took his line over and slowed the momentum up. But these guys are getting after it. I like what I see here out of these 3 cars.
Well, Suarez and Cindric have done a great job of being able to hold on to that track position that they gained on those softer tires, and I think that's part of the hope that you have. You know that hope is probably going to be overruled as the other guys put the softer tires on, but for right now they're doing a good job at keeping pace.
41 laps to go in stage 2. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, the best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blimp, and glad to have you with us here today in Phoenix.
Got you riding that blimp coming up. Where you gonna? They come over and told you. Where you going in it?
I'm going to fly up in the air, Clint.
Boy, that's solid. That's really good intel from you.
I'm going to fly.
You're gonna take the blimp up in the air.
I'm going to fly in the air,
knocking it out of the park.
Darlington County.
Darlington County.
You forgot where you're going.
We're going to Florence. I had to think about it for a second.
This is the Speedway, the airport.
That's right. We're going to go to the Florence Airport and fly into Goodyear blimp.
I'll give you another indication. Joey Logano is maintaining pace. He's using a lot less brake right now than Christopher Bell and William Byron at both ends of the racetrack.
Yeah, and when you're in that tire savings mode, you lift a little bit sooner so that you can use less brake. That'll build less heat in the tires, slow that pace down, take a little bit of that lateral grip away or knead away so that you don't use the tire up as much. So he's in conservation mode. He's got a 2.5 second lead. But Christopher Bell is still running about 1/10 and a half, 2/10 faster than the guys in third place of William Byron and Daniel Suarez in fourth.
I'm telling you, Cindric's giving Reddick fits. He'll run him down and was making it outside work. Cindric pulls up, takes a line away. All right, let me try you on the bottom. You know Reddick doesn't love the bottom of the racetrack. He took that channel away from him. And look, now all of a sudden Blaney's right on him.
And the reason that he's doing it is to take the air away from the front end of Tyler Reddick's car. So when he sees Reddick making ground up top, he's like, all right, buddy, I'm going to move up the racetrack and take your line away because I know your car is not faster on the bottom than mine.
So frustrating. But even if it was, Tyler Reddick, when he's approaching you, and you look in the mirror, 45s in your mirror, he's going to the outside.
Yeah.
That's where he wants to be.
Ronnie with Ryan Blaney in 7th place. About 13 seconds back of race leader Joey Logano. Well, as they continue to scuffle for position here, it's a nice cloudless Sunday in Phoenix.
Crank it up.
Just grab that volume knob and crank it up for us. there, Cindric and Blaney, with Suarez in the mix in fourth.
Yeah, and you see Reddick has fallen behind this group, and that goes to show you that when Cindric took his line away, it cost Reddick another spot to Ryan Blaney. Now Ryan Blaney's on the outside of his teammate. Cleared him.
Tight squeeze.
And I still believe as this run goes on, I think this car will continue to move forward of Ryan Blaney. Uh-oh. Record flag.
Another one for McDowell. Boy, Sparks Motorsports started out with such a promising day. All three cars qualified in the top 8. This is the only one of the 3 left running, and he's limping around. He's going to have to come all the way around to get to pit road.
And I don't know if he's going to. He needs to get it down off the racetrack here, but if that carcass comes off, we may have a caution here.
Yeah,
Down to the bottom now.
So he's down on the apron, but still has half a lap to get to the start of pit road.
Joey Logano would love this caution, wouldn't he, Larry?
I don't know if he would or not. I don't know. A little late for that. Write that right now. I don't need to go on stage.
I don't think they want it.
Why do you think he
I
is?
just think he slowed his pace down. These tires have a shot at making it into stage 2. I just think he's not even near 100% like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were looking for the crossover gap and the fall off, and you can't really tell on that because you know he's pulled the reins back. It's just riding along here, biding his time. No brakes. You talked about the temperature of the tires. Joey Logano, with the experience behind him as a champion, he knows how to take care of those tires.
All right, so Michael McDowell makes pit road. We stay green. And we'll take a break and plan for the end of stage 2 in Phoenix. Joey Logano leading Christopher Bell.
28 laps to go in stage 2. 2.4 second lead for Joey Logano over Christopher Bell in second. 8 seconds back is William Byron in third, and 13 seconds off the lead is Ryan Blaney in fourth. Tyler Reddick is fifth. 6th for Daniel Suarez. In 7th place is Austin Cindric. Kyle Larson 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. Josh Berry rounds out the top 10. And 11th is Ryan Preece. Kyle Busch 12th. Ross Chastain 13th. Chase Elliott 14th. And Chris Buescher 15th. Alex Bowman 16th, Bubba Wallace 17th, 18th Zane Smith, Austin Dillon 19th, and 20th is Ty Gibbs. Eric Jones 21st, Todd Gillen 22nd, John Hunter Nemechek 23rd, AJ Allmendinger 24th is the first car 1 lap down. Ty Dillon also a lap down in 25th, same for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 26th, Cody Ware in 27th, Catherine Legg 3 laps down in 28th, Noah Gragson 9 laps down on track at 29th, Michael McDowell just pulled off the track again with another right rear tire flat, he is 30th. And then everybody from 31st on back out of the race today with a DNF. Shane Van Gisbergen 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Carson Hocevar 36th, and Riley Herbst will finish last in 37th. Still sitting at the 5 cautions. 8 lead changes, 38 laps under the yellow, 1 hour 45 minutes and counting into this race from the drop of the green flag. We are a little bit past halfway, lap 161 of 312. 25 laps to go in stage 2. Fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2. So remember that. And I don't really know what to do here. I think Chris Buescher is going to have to be in my garage. Because I don't know who I'd put him in for. Like maybe Larson? That's kind of a risk. Larson's up in the top 10. He's going to score a few stage points. I don't know. That's what I'm looking at right now. Christopher Bell is starting to close the gap a little on Logano. I'm not sure how much of it is lap traffic or the red/option tire starting to fall off, but the difference is only 1.5 seconds between them now. Logano trying to stay out there and keep the lead, try to win the stage, get a playoff point. 10 points towards the regular season championship as well. We'll take a quick break while we await the comeback on FS1. You're listening live on KRC to the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix.
One, two laps to go in stage 2, and Joey Logano keeps picking them up, putting them down. He just lapped John Hunter Nemechek, the 22nd place car. Eric Jones ahead, so 21 cars on a lead lap. Logano on the option tire. He and Cody Ware, who was 1 lap down. The only cars so affixed, most everybody else still has 2 sets of those red sidewall tires. And Larry, if we run this out to the end of stage 2, does that make it an easy choice for these teams to use those 2 sets to get all the way through stage 3?
Well, we're going to go back racing with roughly 120 laps to go left in the race when we get into stage 3. So that means you would have to run 60 laps apiece. Joey Logano in the 22, they're giving us a measuring stick right now that this may be doable. A lot of guys in the garage here told me this morning we'd love to save both of our stages for stage 3 and do that exact thing. But when I think about the 20 car running second, William Byron running third right now, they got a bigger playbook to work with. They have a win in the bank. They can roll the dice and do things differently, which is exactly what Rudy Fugel, William Byron's crew chief, told me this
Point. There's Eric Jones in 21st place. About to yield a lap to leader Joey Logano, and Christopher Bell has turned up the wick. He is closing on Logano. He's within about half a second now. Race traffic being the difference here.
Well, we know Christopher Bell's car has been really good on all the long runs as we've gone through the day, and now we're starting to see is Logano's car starting to fade rapidly because the tires are worn out.
53 laps of green flag racing in this run so far, the longest green one of the day.
I think the Toyotas are just boxing him in, and Bell's catching up.
Yeah, there's still 19 laps to go at this stage, so
I don't think it's the tires.
running down Logano. Logano seems to be stuck behind the 21st place car there of Eric Jones, trying to put him a lap down.
Right, that's a battle for 20th, and Logano's going to split them.
Oh boy. 3 wide up the middle, and he made it work.
Jones and Ty Gibbs.
What a move.
And that puts them in a race for the lucky dog.
I know he's got the track position, but if you say this thing goes green, say he wins this stage here, talking about Joey Logano, I think they're in big trouble. These cars, these other 2 favorites that have been up front all day long, Bell and Byron, that started up front with him, by the way, at the beginning of the race before the mistake, call penalty on the restart, he is going to be in a massive deficit at the end of this.
Joey Logano is going to be at a deficit for sure, but I think when you look at Bell and Byron, they have been the dominant cars. Bell in the long run, Byron can hang with him on the short run. But when we put these softer Goodyear tires on, what is that going to do to who's fast and who's not? Like, well, you got Bell, Byron, Blaney, Reddick. Those have been the consistent fourth contenders up on the pack. Maybe it helps somebody a little bit more than somebody else.
My point is Logano. He's the one that's going to be in trouble. 7th place here, Hamlin and Suarez. Going at it for 7th out there. 16 to go in the stage. Now, William Byron led 83 laps so far. Joey Logano's been out front for 46. He's led twice, 5 laps and then 41 laps.
Clear.
Christopher Bell, 34. Austin Cindric, 6. That's today's lap leaders. Sponsored by Shriners Children's.
Good old-fashioned slide job here. You're riding along with Denny Hamlin, but that Suarez on the bottom, they got in. Denny really charging 3 hard and sent up in front of him and enabled him to cross him back over because he couldn't get the exit he was looking for. Finally got past him.
Fellas, we got a lucky dog battle behind Joey Logano. Look, there's 3 cars, and it may end up being 4, all racing to be the first car 1 lap down the next time the caution comes out.
Yeah, you see Christopher Bell clearing his teammate Ty Gibbs there, the 2nd place car, but Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones, battling for that lucky dog and trying to stay on that lead lap.
Easy check as well.
They told Joey Logano, take advantage while he's boxed in back there behind those cars fight for that lucky dog. That's exactly what Joey did for a few minutes.
Well, the tire conservation piece of this, I really enjoy. I mean, we've seen this at a couple of the racetracks that we've gone to where we've had the softer tire, Bristol, where we had the tire wear out, nothing reason. And now hearing them coach Joey Logano through, hey, save tires, and listening to Larry talk about him backing off and using less brake. Those are all things to conserve those tires. Those are things that you learn when you race at all the short tracks around the country and in different series.
Well, it's what we've longed for. We've all been asking for it. You know the difference that it makes in the racing environment. Yes, you want them to take off and have the speed, but you need to be able to manage that. It puts it in the driver's hands. When that fall off at the live That's when the racing is its best, in my opinion.
You want the tire to not be able to be run hard every lap.
Can't be a qualifying lap.
It can't be a qualifying lap every lap. And they've done a great job of making these tires softer as we go through places. So this is really what we want to see out of that softer tire, is that you can't just run qualifying laps every lap.
What we haven't seen much of is Chase Elliott. Last week, he got spun on the very first lap and climbed all the way back up to nip Kyle Busch for fourth place on the final lap of the race at Coda. And he's had kind of a quiet day here, Jamie, currently 15.
Yeah, I really have. I've been listening to him on the radio. Hasn't said much recently, but the last time he did radio in, he said that the adjustments they made helped his rear grip, but he's still lacking lateral grip. And we heard that from his teammate, Kyle Larson, earlier. These two have very similar setups for this racetrack. But Chase also noted, he told you guys in pre-race that those red option tires are going to help everything. They have not put those on yet. They're saving both sets for as long as they can. And we'll see if that helps tonight.
That race last weekend, to your point, Mike, I mean, that is a race that could have been for that 9 car. We'll never know. Speaking of racing that could have been, can these softer tires hold on? Because Bell's company's right on it.
Yeah, he's got to hold them off for 9 more laps. And as fast as Christopher Bell is moving in, it makes me think that Logano has kind of lost his weight with those soft tires.
Well, you knew it was coming.
Right there. Right down a little bit. Right.
And Bell is there.
And you notice he didn't say he was there. That's the hardest part about this racetrack for spotters. He couldn't tell. Those cars are going away from the spotters down that straightaway, getting into one. Very difficult for a spotter to tell exactly where he's at. That's why he just left it on the apron.
Yeah, you're trying to spot that car as it's going away from you. So just like you say, it's very difficult spot down here. As you see Bell make the pass for the lead there. So that tells me that those tires are finally fading off there, Larry.
Yeah, we're closing in there just on 70 laps, which is a lot longer than anybody has run these things all weekend long.
Fellas, that lucky dog battle will not quit. The same 3 cars are still involved. Back of this lead duo. Now, look at it, Larson in 9th, Berry in 10th, and there's that battle. Ty Gibbs to the inside, Eric Jones battling his teammate John Hunter Nemechek and Gibbs. And this has been some of the best racing on the track for the last 10 laps. And it's meaningful because at the end of the stage or the next caution, one of these cars is going to get to come rushing back up on the end lap.
There's only 20 cars that are on the lead lap. There's only 19 cars on the lead lap currently. So this is important to be able to keep yourself on that lead lap. And it's always the race within the race. And this is.
Oh, Jones overshot it.
Meanwhile, Buscher and Larson, that's for 12th place. Buscher and, excuse me. Larson's up in 9th ahead of Barrett.
Yeah, we're seeing some speed out of Chris Buescher as we get towards the end of this run. And that doesn't surprise me. Chris Buescher he's just one of the solid race car drivers that's developed through the years, that finishes races, good on a long run, takes care of his car. He can road race, he can short track race. He's one of the most underrated guys in this series, in my opinion.
Agreed. Now, of the top 10, I believe Logano and Cindric have been on the option tire, and I don't believe anybody else in the top 10 has.
Suarez,
excuse me, and we'll double check that. But that's 3 of the top 10 who have been on the option tire or are on it now. Come to 3 to go. And there's Cindric currently in 7th. Big gap ahead to Tyler Reddick, short one behind to Denny Hamlin. There's Hamlin looking ahead at Cindric.
Well, Cindric's done a nice job keeping his track position after he got it, putting those softer tires on. You see Denny Hamlin way up the racetrack. I used to like running up there as the run would go on. It just allowed you to.
Here, look at the momentum down the straightaway. That's what it allows you. You get that run, get that baby rotated, and make that straightaway as long as possible. Drove right to the bumpers here.
And we're on 2 to go for stage 2.
Well, you see some of these cars that are fading right now on the primary tire. When we put these softer tires on and you get to these end of these runs and you see more of these cars on that softer tire, we're really going to get to see some of these cars fall off big time and who's got their cars set up and can take care of their tires for the long run.
Well, I like what you're saying there, and it takes me right back to the players that we were talking about in pre-race. Bell, Byron, Blaney, those three on these primary, the harder tire, if you will show the best speed and the most promise. Here's the lucky dog battle. We're on the final lap of the stage, which Christopher Bell is going to win. Bell, 3 seconds ahead of Joey Logano, gets the green and white checkered flag, and here are the teammates battling. Jones outside.
Oh man, I don't know who had that.
Side. One of them is going to get back on the lead lap.
I don't know. It looked like Jones, but it was hard to tell.
It's Nemechek.
Oh, wow.
So Bell, Logano, Byron, Blaney, Reddick, the top 5. Christopher Bell's second stage win at Phoenix. He won stage 2 when he won the race here last year.
Interesting stat there. Christopher Bell, stage 2 winner. Won stage 2, won the race last season. Can he do it again here today at Phoenix this season? And try to go for 3 wins in a row. 0.6 of a second ahead of Joey Logano when they crossed the start-finish line. Definitely backed off that last lap quite a bit. Actually, that's not even accurate because our leaderboard is going to need refreshed. So I'll do that real quick. Two-second margin of victory for that stage for Christopher Bell. So Bell wins the stage. Joey Logano 3rd. William Byron 4th. Ryan Blaney 5th. 6th for Tyler Reddick. Or sorry, let me go through that again. Christopher Bell 1st. Joey Logano 2nd. William Byron 3rd. Then Ryan Blaney 4th. Tyler Reddick 5th. Denny Hamlin 6th. Austin Cindric 7th. Daniel Suarez 8th. Kyle Larson 9th. Josh Berry 10th. So that was your stage 2 results. And as we have reached the end of stage 2, fantasy lineups have locked. I do have Busher in my garage. No stage points for him today. So my starting 5 will be Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Christopher Bell, and Kyle Larson. Head-to-head picks, I had Logano over Blaney, Elliott over Chastain, Bell over Larson, Hamlin over Busch. 3 for 4 as of this point in the race. Plenty of time still to go there with one more stage to go, so that could change as well it could for you. As we're at the end of stage number 2, we'll close the chat poll. 107 people voted for who you think is going to win today's Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. 54% taking somebody other than Blaney, Byron, or Logano. So we'll see if that'll be the case. Christopher Bell falls under the other category. Ryan Blaney at 20%. Byron at 16%. Logano at 8%. Those 3 were in the top 4, 2nd through 4th, but again, Bell under the other category did win stage 2.
Tired here. Calling her like red and yellow. Like going up with her to make it look like you can't tell. It'll be a bit chaotic with the different timers. There's guys on the ridge behind you there. Only a couple in here, but there's 5 or 6 behind you. Now, to Chris Buescher's point, we did see some teams putting red duct tape on the sidewall of the yellow tire to maybe confuse people which one they were running. Surely not. Would that happen? Well, there's a little green tape. Well, what's green and red? I don't have my color wheel with me.
That align
what that
depends on the wheel. That helps it align depends on the wheel.
Well, here we go.
All right, the road is open. Let's see what they do.
No mistakes.
Jamie.
And Ryan Blaney's hits from 4th took off terrible, but they'd have to be better than that. As they went on, the right rear with losing security, just like stage 1. The Reds will go on for the first time. The 45 of Tyler Reddick. Downs has gotten better options on that car as well. Regan.
Joey Logano was too loose to fire off on those red option tires. He used up the right rear, as we saw at the end of that run. A late change for these guys to put the red tires on. They originally had the yellows up on the wall. And the 20 of Christopher Bell, your leader, is real comfortable right now. Told the team, I'm not sure anything else.
So Logano got option tires and fires off from pit road. Here comes the rest of the field.
Interesting.
Picked up 4 positions. Did Paul Wolfscrew in the 22. And if Suarez +6, what a stop for them. Christopher Bell, your stage 2 winner.
All right, stage 3 about to begin. Our raw feed's having some technical issues, it looks like, for right now, so we'll get that back up and running here shortly, I'm sure. By we, I mean NASCAR.com. I have no say in it. Leaderboard not quite accurate yet. Joey Logano won the race off of pit road, so he is going to be back in the lead when we begin stage 3. What's going on here? I think it did this last week during the Cup race at one point as well, and then it started working again shortly after. Just froze out on us a bit. Our lap counter disappeared, but it looks like the leaderboard itself is still staying there, so that's good. So I'll just keep you updated on about how many laps we'll have left at certain points. 70 likes on the stream. Again, our goal is to get to 100. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Still got a decent ways to go. About to begin stage 3 here today at Phoenix. Stage yellow is our 6th caution of the race. And again, our stage winners, William Byron, stage 1. Christopher Bell, stage 2. Those two are running 2nd and 3rd behind Joey Logano, who currently leads the field. 83 laps led for William Byron, most in the race. Second most Joey Logano with 55. And 46 for stage 2 winner Christopher Bell. Austin Cindric was able to lead for some laps earlier. He led 6 of them. And those are the only 4 drivers to lead in this race. 10 lead changes so far, with Logano retaking the lead during the stage 2 pit stops. It sounded like Logano put option tires on. So we'll have to see how that will work out for him through this stage. It is time for the stage 2 diecast showing, and I don't have a diecast on me, so give me a second. Go grab one. I knew of the one I was going to show today. I just didn't grab it before the stream started. Oh, jeez. You guys might have seen me grab it from behind, but our stage 2 diecast showing for today, we've got a Carl Edwards Stanley diecast. This is from the 2016 season, his final season in the NASCAR Cup Series. And I like this paint scheme. I've always liked the Stanley cars. Ambrose had some pretty good schemes. Yellow, black, I think pops real well on the race car. It's kind of similar to the DeWalt colors that I also really like. But this one in particular, this is obviously Edwards' final season, as I mentioned. He did win in a photo finish over Kevin Harvick here at Phoenix with this same paint scheme. So that's why I wanted to show this off. That was in the spring race as well, back in the 2016 season. Not a race-winning diecast necessarily, but a race-winning paint scheme that he had won in this very year. So, again, Carl Edwards, Joe Gibbs Racing, number 19, Stanley diecast. One of 2 Carl Edwards diecast that I have. The only one of his JGR cars. Actually, that's the only... No, it's not the only JGR car I have. I have a rookie Tony Stewart car that actually showed on the channel last week. And I think that's it. I only have 2 JGRs. That's the only Toyota diecast I own, though. Because the other one is a Pontiac. It's not upside down. Now it is. I don't know if you were talking about the the diecast or not. Yeah, this is the diecast showing for today's race.
Together at the end. Ryan Blaney said early in stage 2, listening on the radio, this is effing stupid here. He said that the pickup is like crap. Meanwhile, they've done what they've had to do to get. He said, let's get it together, and they have gotten to within the top 5.
120 laps to go. There is Blaney in 5th place right now. Logano, the leader. As we come to the choose, he takes the inside, as every leader has done so far today. Bell to the outside.
I like what Jamie said about Bell, and I think it's spot on, but Blaney was really good. really good that last run. And more importantly, they're all on soft tires. That will change the characteristics of some of these cars. We'll see who it benefits.
So here's some William Byron radio. So show you points earned today in the 2 stages. As we get ready to go green, William Byron 18, Christopher Bell 17.
Guys, we're still crunching numbers, but as far as going red, the only driver in the top 10 that does not have that option is Joey Logano. He's on his second set. Everybody else in the top 10 has one more set left.
Watch this.
Here we go. Gaggle of cars for another restart at Phoenix. Green flag is back in the air. Stage 3 underway. Logano did not launch on time there. Christopher Bell had to wait for him to get going in the restart zone. Logano, in the end, is going to end up with the lead into turn 1. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold it, but he had it on entry. He does hold it. 4 wide, just inside the top 10. Kyle Busch down below. Ryan Blaney, Josh Berry, and Daniel Suarez. Tyler Reddick and Bell side by side for second after that logjam on the restart. Reddick trying to get to the outside of the 22. Logano blocks high. Slowed Reddick up just enough that Bell gets right back down to the inside of him again. Almost everybody in the field on option tires right now. Some of them their last set. Not the case for many of them up towards the front of the field behind Joey Logano. Logano just trying to hold on for dear life at this point in the run. Tyler Reddick, who has had great restarts throughout the day, good fire-off speed. Maybe not quite as good in the long run as a Bell, Byron, or Blaney, but he stayed up in the top 5 for most of the day, and he's currently second yet again. Definitely struggles to run the inside of the racetrack, so he has a tougher time trying to make passes on the longer run, having to run that middle to upper groove. Blaney getting into the left rear corner panel of Chris Buescher, a little contact there. Dives underneath the 17. They're side by side on the front stretch for 8th. Reddick trying to get to the back bumper of Joey Logano. Closed in on entry into 1. Joey gets the drive off on the exit of turn 2. 114 laps to go still, this time by at Phoenix. Top 5 following the restart as Joey Logano in the lead. Tyler Reddick is in second. Christopher Bell third. William Byron fourth. Josh Berry up to 5th. More contact between Blaney and Buescher, the 2 Fords in the middle of the dogleg. Rubbing fenders with one another. Not the major there, but I sense a little bit of frustration. Blaney lost some spots on that last restart. I don't know if he feels that the 17 was the cause of it or not. Kyle Busch trying to sneak in 3 wide to the bottom of both the Fords to his outside, and it's going to get tight off turn 4. Man, oh man, Blaney did not have a lot of room between both cars. The 8 to the inside, the 17 to the outside. Blaney backs the corner entry up, going to try to cross Kyle Busch over down to the bottom himself 3 wide. Contact now between Busch and Buescher. Buescher has to lift to keep it off the wall. Kyle Busch still to the outside of the 12. After the 17 lifted, Ross Chastain's going to get through to the inside for 10th place. And now looking at Busch for 9th after Blaney has cleared the 8. Big move by Chastain down to the apron through the dogleg. Taking the cut. Taking the run to the inside of Kyle Busch yet again. Plenty of time still left in this race, all things considered here. 111 laps to go.
Long runs. We see Tyler Reddick fire out there challenging Joey Logano. What we saw with Logano is going to be a lot different because these guys all have to go hard in order to maintain their track position. And when these tires fall off, these cars are going to drive really, really bad compared to how they're driving right now.
And the only one that knows how bad is Logano.
And he probably doesn't even know how bad because of the fact that he was able to back his pace down so far. So pushing this hard is going to be really, really interesting around lap 30.
First driver on the option tire is at the bottom of the chart. Ryan Preece in 20th. On the primary tire. Everybody else is on the option tire.
And the question I have here, Larry, is, Logano put the option tire on. Ryan Preece saved that option tire, both in a position not to race with all these guys up front with 2 sets. Which strategy do you like better? Because at some point you're going to be in trouble. And, if it doesn't go perfect for Logano, he's going to be in trouble.
A strategy that still has me a set of red options laying in those pits. The 60. Joe Logano and Paul Wolf, they're in a box. They probably can't run more than about 60 or 70 laps, and they're going to have to go to the yellows. Ryan Preece, Derek Finley, they could run a little long and then put those red options. If we stay green the rest of the way, put those red options late in the race.
So there are 4 teams that have used both sets of option tires, and they are Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, and Daniel Suarez. Now, as Larry pointed out earlier, if you cool those tires off, you can't use them again, but everybody else has 1 new set waiting. 108 laps to go. And a lot of action left here in Phoenix, where Joey Logano leads Tyler Reddick.
We'll go through the full field running order at the beginning of stage 3 here. Joey Logano leads, Christopher Bell is second, William Byron third, Tyler Reddick fourth, Ryan Blaney fifth. Daniel Suarez is the 6th place driver. In 7th is Austin Cindric, Kyle Larson 8th, Josh Berry 9th, and Kyle Busch is 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th, Ross Chastain 12th, Denny Hamlin 13th, Chase Elliott 14th, and Ryan Preece in 15th. Alex Bowman 16th, Bubba Wallace 17th, 18th is Zane Smith, 19th for Austin Dillon, Eric Jones in 20th, 21st Ty Dillon. AJ Allmendinger is 22nd, Ty Gibbs 23rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 24th, John Hunter Nemechek 25th, Todd Gilliland 26th, Cody Ware 27th, Catherine Legg 28th, 29th for Noah Gragson, Michael McDowell 30th, and then 31st on back out of the race. Shane Van Gisbergen in 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Carson Hocevar 36th, Riley Herbst 37th, rounds out our 37-car field. I'll refresh the page here to see if the raw feed will start working 100%. The live leaderboard was still working on NASCAR.com, but the lap counter at the top of the screen disappeared. Now it looks like it's back up again. So fully running there. At least we got the live leaderboard as it was still happening. As you see, 24 of 127 laps in stage 3. Lap 209 of 312 total in the race, just over 100 laps to go. 6 cautions, 10 lead changes, 46 laps under yellow, and just under 2 hours and 15 minutes from the start of the race to where we're at now. Margin of lead for Joey Logano, 1.3 seconds as he holds on, but he does not have another set of options left the rest of the way. He has led 74 laps, second most in the race, only to that of Stage 1 winner William Byron, who has led for 83 laps. 46 laps led for the Stage 2 winner Christopher Bell. He's in third. Byron is in fourth. We'll take our second to last break of this race. You're listening live on KRC to the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. Still clean and green to begin stage 3 here. 2 cautions for incident in stage 1 and stage 2, and then the 2 stage yellows at laps 60 and 185. So will we see any cautions for incident here in stage 3? Will be the next question. More cautions already in this race than the championship race that we saw last season in the fall. Last lap, Joey Logano was about 0.02 of a second quicker than Tyler Reddick. There were a couple drivers that took primaries that had one more set of options left the rest of the race on this last restart. Ty Dillon, Ryan Preece, and then a couple of cars that were already 1 lap down. I know Ty Gibbs was one of them. Maybe Cody Ware as well. John Hunter Nemechek also does not have options on right now. Logano not the only driver to have both option tires used with counting the set that they have right now. They mentioned Austin Cindric and Ross Chastain are also on that same strategy. Cindric's in 17th now, Chastain in 9th. Battle for 8th between Chastain and Larson. Ross on the inside looking to pressure Larson to make this pass. And all clear off the exit of the corner. Chastain powers forward. And how much more ground can he pick up? Underdog run of the race so far, Josh Berry in the 21. He started up in the top 5. He's pretty much been in the top 10 the whole time. I think he was 10th at the end of stage 2. And he was 6th at the end of stage 1. Started falling behind a little bit, but he's ahead on strategy. Good run for Josh Berry. We'll see if he can still be the underdog of the race. Last week it was Noah Gragson at Coda finishing 8th, running top 10 for a lot of the second half of that one. But Berry's been in the top 10 pretty much all day today. Very quiet, but good performance. He's staying out of trouble. And he's got a fast car. And I say staying out of trouble. Contact between him and Catherine Legg off turn 2. Daniel Suarez got a piece of it. A lot of damage on the 99 of Suarez. He was running in 6th. The announcer jinx. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it just did that. Oh my gosh.
Took out high
A jinx Josh Berry.
breakfast. Put him in a position.
Suarez had way more damage than Berry. I think Berry's okay.
Josh Berry was lapping her, just come up and got to the side of him and spun out.
Was trying to stay off of Berry. Just ran out on him there. But that's
But you see her down on the apron right here, and I think I'm not gonna.
Just got up a little too
Yeah.
high, and I tried to keep it off of him, got into the side of him,
Dang,
spun around
man.
right in the lap. Up poor Daniel Suarez.
She had a clean race up until now.
To his day.
She spun out
just got
like
behind
lap
the inside
5.
there.
Had a good car. Daniel Suarez had a good car all day long.
Hate that for him.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah, and we've seen this so many times where you just touch that right front with these cars coming up the racetrack to the outside car and spin them right around. And Daniel Suarez, I mean, what a terrible feeling. Great job by Blaney. But Suarez, nowhere to go.
Suarez was 29th in points coming into this race too, and he was having a top 5 run.
This changes everything. They can make it from here on fuel. I think you're going to see a mixed bag here. I think you'll see some of them come get that second set of red options, but I think a lot of them may come get the yellow hard tire and bank on another caution late in this race.
And I think I like the latter.
Yeah, and I think with that yellow, harder tire, that puts you in a position to run the whole fuel run. We aren't going to make it on the reds.
Especially if you're in the realm of that, what I call these front runners, and I think that is,
Dropped my phone.
All day long and haven't had to fire that set of tires on, take themselves out of the hole.
If I get rid of these 4, he's quick one open here.
That's yellows to the point.
First car 1 lap down.
Yeah, and if it gets down to the end of this race, you just have to have a set of those reds sitting in the pits in order to be in contention to win.
Well, you knew that car 22 was going to have the yellows on. I'm looking up. I see Dell putting the yellows on as well as Byron run here.
So Larry, they must all be guessing we're going to have more cautions.
Yeah, I think that was the best option right there because that's a long way, almost 100 laps on tires.
I think it's like Larry's saying, Mike. It's the distance of the run more than anything. And if we get a caution at the end of this thing, you'll be dead in the water without those red tires.
Daniel Suarez, fine drive inside the top 10, runs into a spinning Catherine Legg.
Well, 7th caution of the race, 11 lead changes. How is this going to go about here? Most of the field looks like they're on primaries. I don't know if anybody might have taken their last set of options right now and went for the risk. Logano's tires did start to fall off about those last dozen laps of the run. And that was on 70 laps, so nearly 90. It's going to be close. As far as the fuel window goes, they should be able to make it on fuel to the end if it did stay green. This is the best thing that could happen to Joey Logano, knowing that he is in contention for the win, but is down a set of tires, is that if this race goes green to the end, he's still got a shot to get a good finish even if he doesn't win, because I don't think he's going to get a good finish if we get any sort of a caution in the final 40, 50 laps when he's got primary tires and the rest have options. I don't see it happening unless we get caution after caution after caution, and then, that just changes everything else as far as, having maybe fresh primaries better than scuffed reds in that instance. Jim Troyer, by the way, thanks for tuning in. I don't think I shouted you out throughout the stream today. John Fleming as well. Thanks for watching. I know you guys have been in the chat for a while. We got 72 likes. Again, our goal is to get to 100. Sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Just past 6 p.m. Eastern here on the East. For the people out watching the race in Phoenix, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon over there. Be an early finish for them. Christopher Bell won the race off pit road. He will be the leader on the restart. See how that works out for him. Tyler Reddick second. William Byron third. And you got Joey Logano fourth, Josh Berry fifth, and Ryan Blaney sixth.
Chaos has reigned supreme at the NHRA Amalie Oil Gator Nationals today. Early elimination rounds have produced incredible action like this. Trip Tatum's car bouncing out the wall and sliding across the drain strip. There's so much more to come. The NHRA is on next. Welcome back to the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix Raceway. There's the odd-shaped oval that we have from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating 100 years of an American icon. The Goodyear Blimp is here today to bring you these views.
It shows you just how big that dog leg is.
Let's check with Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, just to update a couple of cars that stopped there. The 22 car, Joey Logano on the red option tires on that last run. Took off a little bit too tight for him. By the end of that run, though, it had come to him. Because they put the yellow primaries back on the harder tire, they decided to free the car up just a little bit. And much like all day long, Christopher Bell in the 20 car has been pleased with his car. Just a little tight that time on the option tires for the first time with him, but they decided not to change anything. He is always quiet on the radio. Very quiet today, Jamie.
Well, Regan, before that caution came out, Tyler Reddick came on the radio and he said, guys, I've got a vibration. And then a couple months later, he said, I've lost power steering up high. Then they reminded him that his teammate Riley Herbst had the same sensation in practice, and it wasn't a power steering issue. Perhaps it's just something that comes with the option tire as they run. So now they just pitted. They put those primary tires back on. So I'll keep a listen, Mike, and see if that problem persists.
Thanks, Jamie. Christopher Bell, your leader from Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Joey Logano, and Josh Berry, who overcame that long pit stop earlier and is now in the top 5. Now, Ty Dillon got the free pass. They have been hoarding their option tires, so when he came into the pits, they had 2 sets of them left.
Wow.
And
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, it looks like
see
they're
how he does.
trying to be tricky with their tape on the tires there to fool some people, but
Those are reds. Those are option tires.
that's right.
For Ty Dillon, Eric Jones, and Ryan Preece. Now, 3 cars took the wave around, so they're on red tires with a lot of laps on them. AJ Allmendinger is one of those, along with Todd Gilliland and Ricky Stenhouse. See how they fare.
So, guys, every time we come to Phoenix, you know that the campground's going to be fun. It's going to be wild. I decided to go out and find who had the best tailgating experience. Try to crown them the tailgate kings, Kevin. In my quest, I found none other than Jimmy Johnson out there. It kind of surprised me. He flexed on us, buddy. Remember the horseshoe comment? I think that may have come from you originally. He had horseshoes. He had all sorts of stuff.
Not playing horseshoes either. Watch.
This is out of control.
I know. We have some fish tacos, some fresh fruits.
There's no rib.
No, that
No
was
brisket.
last week.
Jimmy, this is incredible. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Of course he has his own
A gold
napkin.
fork to go in it.
A gold fork. Why wouldn't you have a gold fork?
Why not?
The view. Well, guys, I got a question. Do you think he's got what it takes to be a tailgate king? Yeah. I think it's official, buddy.
Take it, man.
It's yours.
What an honor. Thank you.
My man. Never would have thought that man, once a competitor, would be out doing hospitality, but he did it right, man. Gold forks. It was insane. They had a professional chef out there, the tacos, and don't you think for a second I didn't leave with a plate of that food.
You want to ask Chuck if we can just call the race from out there next year?
Heck no, it's hot out there. I'm retired. I wouldn't mind if you bring that food up here, though.
All right, Christopher Bell will restart inside of Tyler Reddick as the Corvette pace car hits the pit road. We're going to come green this time. 90 to go.
Well, you got to reset here. Not on those reds anymore. You have to reset and remember how these tires fire off. They're not going to feel near as good.
How long can we go under the green flag?
89 laps to go on the restart. Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, front row. Green flag back in the air. Bell, the control car, down on the bottom. Decent launch for Reddick on the outside, but not as good as Logano from the inside of row 2. Kyle Larson trying to squeeze the middle between Logano and the car to his outside, his teammate William Byron. 4 wide, a little bit further back behind them. 5 wide now. Chastain has to back out of the gas. Same for Kyle Busch. As cars rush by the 8 and the 1 down the back straightaway. Front of the field, Christopher Bell still leads. Tyler Reddick is into second place, about 2/10 back. 5/10 back is Kyle Larson to a race-high third place position. Byron stays put in fourth, 8/10 back, as well as Joey Logano in fifth. Logano now back to the inside of Byron, into turns 1 and 2, side by side for fourth. Bubba Wallace is up in the top 10 for the first time today. He battles Denny Hamlin for sixth. Side drives him down the back straightaway. He's really been nowhere to be found all race. I really don't know how he got up there, but he is there. And he is on primary tires, so he's still got a set of options to the end of the race. Save for Kyle Larson. He's been kind of hunkering down between 7th and 10th most of this race. Great restart for him, and now he's going for second after Tyler Reddick. Almost had him cleared off turn 2. Reddick hangs on the right rear corner panel on corner exit. Side drafted him just a bit down the back straightaway. Still to the outside into turns 3 and 4. Instant Bell rivalry. Rematched here today. We saw that at Atlanta a couple weeks ago. We've seen it in the dirt ranks many times throughout the offseason, this offseason alone, for the NASCAR Cup Series. After the failed pass attempt for Kyle Larson to try to get by Tyler Reddick, William Byron in the 24 car able to get underneath him. And Ryan Preece on option tires just behind them in fifth.
See him slide off the racetrack right there, but those option tires have so much more grip at them. I didn't know if you was going to have any room there, but Priest didn't lift.
Didn't make the track any wider, did it?
Right around him.
Joey Logano took the left run.
So, give me 1-8. 1 goes south. 2, 3 behind him, 43 on red.
Yeah, and right now, Joey Logano doesn't want to have any more cautions. He's out of that option red tire in the pits, and if this thing runs green, he's gonna feel like he has lucked into what a day could have been really, really bad. But if it goes and we have a caution and those option tires get put back on, it's gonna be long run to host, Joey.
He cannot afford to lose any more track position. It'll just keep compiling, just like you were saying, keep compounding worse and worse and worse. And then everybody's going to have those soft tires at the end. It's going to be even worse yet.
Bubba Wallace fighting for 7th with Eric Jones. And behind them, Ty Dillon, who restarted 20th. That yellow and black car restarted 20th. He's up to 9th place on the option tires.
Yeah, and he's got another set of those option tires sitting in the pits, too.
Jones Logano for 6th.
Yeah, and it's almost hard to keep up with what could happen with everything that's going on with the tires. As you see Eric Jones on the inside of Joey Logano and making his way towards the front on the softer tire. But this has to play out with this long run here.
I want to go back to what you said with Ty Dillon and the fact that he still has another set yet. That patience, the discipline to hold on to those tires is going to be a virtue for that team. This is a great job. Got this track position now, and it's not going to lose it if the caution comes out and everybody puts them on. You're going to be right there with them.
Well, if the caution doesn't come out, it'll be questionable that they can make it all the way on these softer tires. So this is going to be interesting because you're going to have some things fall your way, no matter what side of the fence that you're on, whether you're Joey Logano and out of tires or you're Ty Dillon and have another set sitting in your pits like a lot of the leaders do.
Larry, I know we did last year, but I find it a little hard to believe we're going to get all the way to the checkered flag here without at least one more caution flag.
Well, 6 races here with the Gen 7 car. The average of the last caution is lap 271, which is about 41 laps to go. We've only had one overtime finish. That was March of 23 with the Gen 7. But Mike, let me remind you, all of our racing here this weekend, Arc Menard Series on Friday night, Xfinity Series went into overtime.
Pretty good chance of that. Ty Dillon, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano. This for 6th place here. As Dillon tries to get away and go after Eric Jones at the top 5.
Yeah, for Ty Dillon, he's been on the other side of the fence all day, and he's been like, man, are you ever going to give me anything that makes this car run faster? Now he's got those tires clipped. Feel like Superman out there, passing all the leaders, driving forward.
And that's hard to do. Wait, right till the end of the race, because what you don't want to do is end the race and not ever be able to use them in that race, but you're still sitting on the wall.
77 to go for the lead. Ryan Preece on the option tire versus Christopher Bell, who has consistently been one of, if not the best cars on the prime tire all day long. And the Portland, Connecticut driver goes to the front. Ryan Preece leading with 76 laps to go in Phoenix. We'll take you Fox side by side.
There you have it. Ryan Preece to the lead. Option tires prevailing on this last race start, going from the back half of the top 10 to the front of the field. And he's already opened up about a 0.6 of a second gap over Christopher Bell in second. Tyler Reddick is 1.8 seconds back in third. And 3.3 seconds off the lead is William Byron in fourth. Eric Jones also on the option tires is up to fifth. Same for Ty Dillon in the 6th place position. 7th place is Joey Logano in 7th. 8th is Kyle Larson in 9th. 8th is Kyle Larson and 9th is Bubba Wallace. Rounding out the top 10 in position number 10, Denny Hamlin. Ross Chastain is 11th. Ryan Blaney, 12th car in position number 12. Josh Berry in 13th, Kyle Busch 14th and 15th, DJ Allmendinger 19th, Chris Buescher, and Zane Smith 20th. 21st, Todd Gilliland, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Jonathan Nemechek 24th, and Ty Gibbs 25th. Daniel Suarez is a couple laps down in 26th with damage. Cody Ware is 27th, a few laps behind him. Noah Gragson is on track 10 laps down in 28th, Michael McDowell on track 21 laps down in 29th. And then everybody from 30th on back out of the race today. Catherine Legg 30th, 31st for Shane Van Gisbergen and Cole Custer 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Carson Hocevar 36th, and Riley Herbst 37th. That rounds out our 37 car field, 12 lead changes, 54 laps under caution, 7 cautions in total, 2 not for incident with the stage ends at lap 60 and 185. We had 2 cautions for incident in stage 1, stage 2, 1 so far in stage 3, so 5 total. And we are at lap 242 of 312 in this race. 2 hours, 35 minutes and counting into this one as well. As in this final stage, we're a little less than halfway, but only 71 laps to go at the start-finish line this time by. Race's lead is about 1.4 seconds. Can he hold on? Option tires can't make it the distance. More than likely. We saw Logano on 70 laps lose the lead at some point there to the end. And he only had as much as about a 2.5 second lead over Bell before trying to manage. But 60 team of Ryan Preece definitely trying to risk it here.
Here on FS1, the Gator Nationals, the NHRA from Gainesville, Florida. The NASCAR Cup Series goes to Las Vegas next Sunday on FS1, 2 o'clock Eastern. And IndyCar is back on Fox from the club circuit Sunday, March 23rd, p.m. Eastern Time. Let's listen in on what kind of issues Ryan Blaney is fighting. He's back to 11th spot now. and Tyler Reddick, who was reported.
Yeah, Clint and I were talking about this 45 car. If that power steering is completely out, I would assume that it wouldn't be long, and he would have been pulling into the pits. But when it's going out, in and out, you don't know what to expect as a driver. You'll go in the corner, next thing you know, it'll be stiff, and next thing you know, you're going down straightaway and everything's fine. And so in and out is it's not comfortable, but it's better than all the way out.
Well, like most everything else on this next generation car, that power steering pump, rack, the components all come from a single supplier chosen and designated by NASCAR, who is also in charge of quality control for those parts. And I would say the number of failures and issues we've had with power steering already this season, beginning with the Keselowski team having to change all of theirs before the Daytona 500, and it seems every week it's something. To me, that's cause for concern.
It is, and really, it's been the most consistent issue that this car has been in the steering with all the problems that have been in that department. So it's definitely a continuing issue for this year as well.
Well, Ryan Blaney has some interesting streaks going here, which are going to be at risk if they can't resolve this power issue, as he currently sits in 11th place. He's had a lot of success here. 7 straight top 5s, tied for second all time at this racetrack. 9 straight top 10s. That's the longest active streak. But right now he is in 10th. 4 second place finishes, still looking for the trophy.
Wonder what that longest streak is, Clint.
Go ahead, tell him. Go ahead.
What? I don't know. I was asking you.
I would imagine it's one of your.
Let me guess. The way you perked up that there,
I didn't perk up.
You let me get you. Oh, there you go.
There
You go. Got some time in the back. That was like so long ago. Everybody forgot though, Kevin.
I know. Oh, see some smoke right there.
Oh, it wasn't out of that smoke car. The 23. Okay. You know, there's a lot of guys that are red hot. Blaney's not the only one. Byron obviously leads all drivers. Ben Laps running the top 5 here. He's the only driver to lead laps in every race this season.
Well, Clint, Ryan's tied for second on that streak with Kevin, but Jimmy Johnson has 10 top 5s.
I mean, 7 is all you got, Jimmy. That's 10. That's, oh my gosh.
Well, how do you think he affords all that gold silverware and that beautiful buffet?
As much as I was tired of you winning, Kevin, I was way more tired of Jimmy Johnson. I mean,
Well, he had the whole field tired of him.
for 5 years.
So guys, we know Ryan Priest in his 60 car. He's trying to run 89 laps. That's 25 more than what Joel Logano ran earlier. But they have been on him on the radio about his interval back to second, about his pace. And guys, I don't know that I've ever seen this little amount of brake used at Phoenix. He is basically using no brake, neither in the racetrack, almost just touching the brake pedal.
And that's doing a good job of saving your tires. It keeps the brake.
He's still growing his lead, too. He's still about 3/10 quicker
Take care of
a lap.
But he's still the fastest car on the racetrack. Between 1 and 3/10 of a second faster because of all the mid-corner speed afforded by that option tire. His last lap, 28.93. Christopher Bell, 29.11.
Yeah, with this next gen car in general, you use a lot of brake initially, and you immediately start to tail off that brake. It looks like a mountain. The brake graph in this car, and when you back off and you have that extra grip like Larry's talking about with that grip, it's just touch the brake, and you don't use a lot of the brake other than the initial brake, even on the fast laps. But you use it a long ways into the corner because it helps the front end turn, and you see a little contact there. See, Denny, up the racetrack, when they used to spray the racetrack, you used to be able to go 3 lanes up the racetrack. But as this run goes, even without that resin on the racetrack, you're going to be able to use that banking. And as we had that aerial and it backed out, you could really see the shape of the racetrack as that corner off of turn 4 will open up, and you can drive up that banking into it and get some extra grip out of it.
So I'm curious, Larry, with 58 laps to go, you have the fuel to go the distance, but does anybody really know how long these tires will last?
Again, we're asking 25 more laps out of those red options than we have seen the entire weekend, and that's going to be a lot. And remember how Joey Logano really started falling off at the end of that 73 lap one.
Yeah.
The crossovers happen. I don't think Priest, I mean, unless the crossover comes out here soon, I don't know that he's going to hold him off much longer. He's going to start capturing pretty quick.
I think sorry, Mike. I think even if he doesn't hold Christopher Bell off, or even Tyler Reddick, if he can just run it out with all the time that he has gained and finish 5th or 6th, that'll be a huge improvement for what he had going on and where he was going to finish.
It's going to be a career day. Absolutely. His teammates are Buescher in the 15th and Keselowski taken out of the race in the lap 99 crash.
I think the point is when these things do start to fall off, they really fall off hard. They die quick. It's just we're gonna see it right here if it runs green, how far they do.
Priest has backed out of it by about 0.3 of a second. His lap times have started to fall off, either by design and instruction or by the tire giving up. We'll see.
Hamlin moved Logano.
Logano
Finally had enough of that.
And sometimes that's what you got to do, especially when they're air blocking you. And then he said, "All right, you're going to pull up in front of me this time. I'm going to go ahead and give you a little bit of that front bumper."
The old crow on the horn.
Here's Hamlin.
Yeah, and it's like I said. I mean, a lot of times you look behind you with this car and you try to air block them to keep the guy behind you from progressing forward and trying to make it a much harder pass. Joey Logano was great at that, and then he's just saying, "Well, that's the option that he left me."
I think the first time we saw Denny get into him was the first time he pulled up and did the block, and he tapped him a little bit, let him know his displeasure. It went on for 2 or 3 more laps. He finally had enough moving.
And when your car is fading, that's what you want to do. You want to put yourself in the way of the guy behind you so that you can maintain as much track position as you can by holding that guy up.
17th place here. Austin Cindric and Chase Elliott.
Well, I did not think you'd be talking about Chase Elliott in 18th place today. I really thought from practice and the way that they have performed this year, I thought today was going to be a day that they would contend in the top 5, but not the case.
Regan?
Like just to update Joey Logano, and you guys just mentioned talking about how that car was fading. Much like they thought on that last pit stop, they contemplated freeing the car up even more. Report to the team was it's just not turning very well right now. So struggling with the front turn, that means the front tires aren't going where we want them to.
Ricky Stenhouse makes a pit stop under green and put primary tires back on his car and send him back out. He's right now 1 lap down, going to go 2. 52 laps to go. Former modified tour champ Ryan Preece in his RFK4 and leading Christopher Bell now by 3 seconds.
Yep, 3.1 second difference, side-by-side commercial break on FS1 with 51 laps to go. Ryan Preece is out ahead. Christopher Bell in 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd, Ty Dillon in 4th, William Byron 5th, Eric Jones in 6th, Denny Hamlin 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and Ross Chastain in 10th. 11th is Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson in 12th, Josh Berry 13th, Chris Buescher 14th, and Kyle Busch 15th. 16th for Alex Bowman, Austin Cindric 17th, Chase Elliott 18th, Zane Smith 19th, and AJ Allmendinger in 20th. Todd Gilliland 21st, John Hunter Nemechek 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd is the last car in the lead lap. Ty Gibbs is 24th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th, Daniel Suarez 26th, Cody Ware 27th, Noah Gragson in 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, Catherine Legg 30th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Carson Hocevar 36th, and Riley Herbst is 37th and out of the race. As is everybody from, I believe, Legg and 30th on back is out of the race. Yep. 48 laps to go. Christopher Bell starting to eat into the lead just a little bit that Ryan Preece had grown out. It was about 3.5 seconds, and it's now down to 2.9. Some of that could be lap traffic as well that Priest is dealing with, and maybe Bell's getting through it better. But again, primary tires for Bell, option tires for Priest, those front two in the running order. Green flag pit stop for Chase Elliott. They're throwing the options on from 18th place. That's an interesting strategy. And I wonder if some of the other Hendrick cars outside the top 10 are going to do that as well. Alex Bowman was just a couple spots ahead of him. So we'll see if maybe he comes down. If we catch a caution, this is not going to be good. AJ Allmendinger also in from about 20th place. So several drivers are pitting. 46 laps to go, and we got a car in the wall, and that would be Bubba Wallace in the 23. He's trying to get the pit road. And he does. Still green for now. William Byron is in the pits. Oh, man, Byron from the top 10 is in. A lot of damage on the right front fender of Wallace's race car. Trying to turn it into the pit box. Just go straight to the garage instead. Now the caution flag is out. There's probably debris on the racetrack, but the yellow flag is out now.
Where? Wouldn't come out.
Leader's already gone by.
Bubba Wallace was 11th when he got into the wall. And is taking that car behind the wall. So look here.
You see it's already down. I think
Ooh.
the right front blew out.
Yeah.
And let's ride on board.
Really?
God,
It's a hard hit. Good thing he was already up on the outside. He was on the bottom when that happened.
There in that corner than the other. Especially where it did. Could have been another couple car lengths. You turn into the corner on the bottom. Thing turns that hard right, you're gonna hit hard. Or the race hit hard, but it could have been worse.
Pace car has collected the field, Larry. What do you do?
Smoke them if you got them. If you got red option tires, we're going to put them on there now. Yeah, you may see some people go, you know what? We still think there's going to be another caution, but the trends show.
I don't know.
Don't get that late race caution. I think everybody that has a set of red options, Logano, the best he's got is that set of 20 lap red options from earlier in the race. That would be the better, I think, of the yellow hard tire.
44 laps to go. And showing 18 cars on the lead lap. Looks like
Ty Gibbs, free pass.
will be the free pass driver. And we're going to have to check on William Byron, who was on pit road as that caution came out. He'll be a lap down, but he'll wave around, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
But he's not in the top 10 anymore, though. That's the thing.
Wait around, have to start at the tail end of the long line.
Yeah, he was in 6th, and now he's 20.
Yeah, he's definitely most likely out of contention to win the race now.
How about Ty Dillon? Talk about career days. He got himself up to 4th place on the option tire now with this caution, and he still has one set of those reds to put on.
Yeah, he's going to be able to compete with all these guys that are going to put their reds on.
I don't know about that. He was outside the top 20 all day, so he doesn't have a lot of speed.
Best position possible for that 10 car.
Unless they want to keep gambling that there's going to be another caution somewhere down the road.
Larry said we're smoking.
5 different organizations in the top 5 positions as we went to caution, led by RFK, and here come many of them onto pit road. Jamie.
They call Tyler Red again. Remember, he's having those power steering issues. See the water bunch get swapped out. Take a tear off for Clearview. 4 tires here for him. Just to note, Chase Elliott had already pitted before that caution came out, and also the 60. Ryan Priest stayed out that 34 left, but go back to the primaries. Freaking.
Joey Logano needs 4 turn to fire off on the runs. This will be the primary tires for him. He's not putting those old options back on the race car. And the 20th Christopher Bell, same thing, just needs to be a little rear, but only narrow, not the rest of the run.
Bell wakes him off pit road. I believe he's on the option.
What a stop for Denny Hamlin.
Logano there. And sort that out.
Well, he didn't only beat him off pit road, he smoked him. That was the 20 crew has been on it today, Clint.
and Logano.
So 19 cars on the lead lap, plus those that will wave around, have recently been on pit road, and we will set for the finish with roughly 40 laps to go when we go back to racing. And brake rotor?
Well, that was a brake rotor. The question to me, Kevin, did it break before he hit or after?
Well, the question that I had is why was he picking up with his hand? I think that, when he hit the wall, I would say it could have been either one. You see a lot of these brake rotors get hot and cold, huge brakes on the front of these cars, but it definitely sounded like the tire went down, and then when he hit the wall, probably exploded the rotor.
Talking about Bubba Wallace's car, which has put us under caution here with about 40 laps to go. So the option tire has been, Tyler Reddick, too fast exiting pit road. He's going to go tail end of the longest line.
Well, talk about not being in the right place at the right time. The 9 car and the 24, the Hendrick guys, they came on the pit road under green. That caution came out at the worst time possible.
It did, and the 24 car was in contention to win the race. Chase Elliott's been nowhere to be found up front today. We really anticipated his car being faster than what it has been today. But we talk about mistakes, Clint. We look at the 45 car of Tyler Reddick. This is a very tricky pit road. A lot of things that you have to be able to go through. And now we hear 10 car too fast entering. So these are the details that we talk about on a week-to-week basis. We see all these things happen to cars that have a chance to get a career best day and a finish, or have a chance to win a race.
That 10, that's the costliest error that I've seen today, right there. That guy was in the catbird seat. They had him in position. They were disciplined. They were patient with those tires. Had him in the best position possible, and unfortunately made a mistake on pit road.
Now we're looking at the power steering here on Tyler Reddick's car, trying to see if that's something
Nice horse start
can
finish.
improve.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about Tyler Reddick, and we talked earlier in the pre-race, we said in order to be the champ, you have to beat the champ. Well, a lot of times we don't see things like Joey Logano did normally on the restart violation today. He's not going to do too many of those types of mistakes. But when you're in contention to win these races, you have to dot the I's and cross the T's, or you're not going to beat this guy.
You know who has? That guy. 2 in a row, going for 3, and I think this Christopher Bell, he's in the best seat possible. Got
Definitely
the track position with the best tires.
And the fastest car for most of the day. And he's seen his contenders fall away. We see Logano not have the option tire to put on the car. We see the 45 go into the pits, the 24 caught on pit road because of the caution coming out. So we've seen his contenders fall away. So this is a day that you never know what is going to happen, but you're going to have to, fight off whoever is left and try not to make any mistakes. But you have the fastest car.
What? Denny Hamlin. Look at him. This has changed the game for him. It's going to start on that front row. New life, new shot in the arm. Let's see what he can do with it.
Now William Byron, Chase Elliott, and AJ Allmendinger are going to wave around, and they will restart at the tail end of the lead lap. Here's William Byron's team.
Were you the only one to pit, or what's the deal? We have to go. That's one of those like months blow up, huh? Okay. Mathematical. I got you.
I knew there was bound to be a beep in there. That was a bad luck, bad timing deal.
Rudy Fugle, Byron's crew chief. Well, when you got to win in the bank, do you have to do everything according to the math, or can you take chances? You got to win.
Well, he was certainly trying to take a chance there of getting in the best position possible, and maybe trying to leapfrog some track position gain there that Bell had and narrow that gap for his driver, and unfortunately, it just bit him.
And a lot of times you just say, hey, I'm going to split this stage into this point. At this point, just because it's a mathematical equation from a
history standpoint.
Well, no, just from the way the crew guys figure the time lost with the way that the tires are falling off. So I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see how all this plays out. But we've definitely seen a lot of the contenders fall away.
Still a bit of cleanup going on here with 39 to go. And in case you missed it, well, we started the day with a multi-car crash. That was, it was kind of a four-car crash, side to side to side to side, and this was the result. Bing, 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 bang. Little brakes in front of the inside. Then here's Joey Logano on the restart, and just a bit inside. the yellow line, so he gets to do a drive-through, but he stayed on the lead lap. Lap 99, an 11-car pileup, hard crashing off turn number 2.
Man.
Most of those cars ended up in the garage. And most recently, Bubba Wallace, listening here.
That was a hard hit, too.
As something, either a tire went down, a brake rotor broke, something, and that car went into the outside wall hard with the right front. And he nursed it to the garage.
Something blew that tire out pretty quickly. I tend to believe it's probably the rotor.
Could have been. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I had that happen in St. Louis one year when you have these longer straightaways or you have long runs. Those brake rotors go through a lot of hot, cold, a lot of splitting of the brake pads. So you'll see that right front tire get a lot hotter than the left front tire. You put a lot more strain on the right front brake rotor with the way that you split the brake pads left to right here. So definitely could be possible that's the way that all went down, Clinton.
Short track superstitions, full moon, but it's not Saturday night. So let's see if we can get this one to go the final 37 laps. We've had 5 different leaders, 13 lead changes, 21 cars now on the lead lap as we look the 8th caution flag of the day. Get ready to restart.
Well, there's a lot of times that we've seen Denny Hamlin run up front and be in contention to win these races, but when you're on the front row and you have a new lease on life to win a race, it'll be interesting to see what that car actually has with complete clean air on this rebuild.
Got guys on primary tires towards the front, guys on reds, green flag back in the air, and all JGR front row here. You got Bell on the inside, Hamlin on the outside. Eric Jones 3 wide for third, down to the bottom underneath of Logano and Larson. Ryan Blaney threading the needle 4 wide. Now still 4 wide with Jones and Berry to the inside. A little stack up. Blaney into the back of Chastain. And wrong place at the wrong time there for the 12. Chastain going wide. He is on the primary tire, so that's why Chastain's starting to go backwards. Blaney just can't get out of his way from behind him. Chris Buescher, what a restart. Goes from 10th to 5th. And he's trying to get past the 22 of Logano for 4th. He's got him clear. Great restart for Chris Buescher in the 17. Gets his RFK Racing Ford into the top 5 for the first time today. Alex Bowman out of nowhere up to 6th on the restart. Or at least battles Josh Berry for 6th. Should get by Joey Logano pretty quickly. 34 laps to go. Hamlin was able to stay in second on the restart towards the front of the field. And just like the second to last restart, we had Kyle Larson right back up into third. We'll see if he can hold on this time. William Byron from the tail end of the lead lap trying to saw and fight his way through all this traffic. He's up to 13th. On option tires, he was running in the 6th place position before pitting under green and having to take the wave around after getting caught a lap down with the brake failure on Bubba Wallace causing the last caution. And William Byron already, from about 20th on the restart, is up to 10th. Here's Bubba Wallace outside the infield care center.
My brakes blew out. Unfortunate. Didn't have any sign leading up to that last restart that we had. I just noticed about lap 3 or 4, my pedal just traveled further than it has by a little bit. So turned on my fans, came back, and that was it. It's a bummer. We didn't have the best of start or the best of mid-race for our Lidos team, but felt like we finally got our big break and cracking there at the top 10 and was going to make something of it, trying to survive. And just got ripped out from me. It's unfortunate. I hate it. We've had such a strong start to the season, but all in all, pissed off about it. It is what it is. The team executed. I felt like I executed all day and just wasn't in the cards. So we'll go back home and fly back out here to go to Vegas to dress fun.
Thanks, Nolan.
Thanks, Jamie. Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman battling for position. Busch squeezes Bowman just a little bit up off the exit of turn 4. 30 laps to go as Kyle makes the pass for 6th. Really the first time we've seen both the 8 and the 48 up inside the top 10 all day. Biggest mover since the restart. Kyle Busch actually up 10 positions, most of any driver. We'll see if he can hold it up in the 6th place spot as of right now. William Byron up 9 spots to 9th. Ty Gibbs is up 6 spots as well. He's sitting in 11th. And Joey Logano on the primary tires has fallen out of the top 10 back to 13th. Chase Elliott back into 15th place as well. Josh Berry back in the top 5 up to 5th. Half a second split right now between the JGR Toyotas of Bell and Hamlin at the front of the field. 28 laps to go this time by. 1.7 seconds back is Kyle Larson in 3rd. 2 seconds back is Chris Buescher in 4th. And Josh Berry in 5th is 2.6 seconds off the lead. So again, the primary tires, you got Joey Logano, Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece are the only ones on the lead lap. Everybody else on the lead lap has option tires and are moving their way towards the front, at least, of the drivers that do have the options. John Hunter Nemechek up inside the top 10 for the first time today, and the 42 up to 10th. This could be a solid run for him, looking for his 3rd top 10 of the season in the first 4 races, all on the other ovals at Atlanta and Daytona. Ty Dillon 3 wide to the inside of Chase Elliott and Joey Logano. Elliott trying to clear the 22. Has to give him a little bit of room as he wasn't quite clear yet. Should be able to get him in 3 and 4. And does. Ty Dillon trying to sneak to the inside of Logano as well. Joey did get 9 stage points in Stage 2 to at least capitalize off of that with the option tires, but obviously for the race finishing results, not going to be as good as what that car was running. He didn't have race winning speed from what it looked like when everybody was on the equal option tires at one point, but he definitely had a top 10 car. Probably be right around where his teammate Ryan Blaney in 8th would be running right now as well. NASCAR heads to Vegas next week. Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series action all on the channel, as well as Cup practice and qualifying when that begins as well. And we'll have the start times for you when we get to the end of the stream later on today, following our post-race. In our post-race, you'll get to hear interviews from some of the top finishers of today's race, as well as go through the finishing results, how the predictions ended up going from the beginning of the stream in the pre-race to how they finished out, as well as the Fantasy League and an update on that. 23 to go this time by. Hamlin is still about a half a second off of Christopher Bell. He's not closing, but he's not losing any more time. Both the 2 JGR Toyotas have pulled away a bit from Kyle Larson, who's now more than 2 seconds off the lead. And we got problems for Ryan Blaney. He is blowing up. So he had mentioned that he had an engine issue earlier on in the race, but he was still pedaling through in the top 10, and with 23 laps to go, the engine, unfortunately, has finally expired. And this will result in our 9th caution of the race here today. Tough break for Blaney. Got some fire coming out of the exhaust, too. On the right side of the race car, both sides, actually. In 21st, he'll get back on the lead lap. He was running up inside the top 5 or 6 for most of the day, leading up to the power steering issue. They got that resolved. And we saw Byron work his way back into the top 10 quickly, so we'll see what Tyler Reddick can do. We'll have even less laps to try to get up there. I don't know if anybody has an extra set of options left. I don't think they do. Man, what a bummer. 7 straight top 5s for Ryan Blaney coming into the race today. He was running 8th. It was going to be tough, but with the engine issues that he had, before that, he was up in the top 5, 4th and 5th at the end of stages 1 and 2. Didn't have a race-winning car, but not going to be able to keep the streak alive with the engine problems here early in stage 3 and now the detonation late in the race. Sort of blowing up going into turn 3. Right in front of Byron. Stream of smoke there. Byron immediately on the brakes. Moves him up another spot in the running order. It's another restart for the 24 to try to get back up in the top 5 of his own. And another restart for Christopher Bell to have to hold on. He's been nailing them ever since he has been really out in front of the field as the leader for each of these restarts. Ty Gibbs up in the top 10 for the first time today as well in 10th. So now the interesting strategy here is, do you pit for fresh primaries? Are the fresh primary tires going to be better than the option tires that are currently on the car, which have had a little less than 15 green flag laps on them? A lot of the top portion of the field is going to stay out. I would imagine Joey Logano's coming in. He does. Justine almost ran into the back of him coming into the pits.
You knew he was going to. He didn't have anything to lose there. So
this is going to be interesting.
A number of drivers come in, and there is a set of used, softer option tires up on the wall.
This is interesting.
And one thing that we haven't seen is all these.
You fit for 15th out of 19 lead lap cars. Little to lose.
We've got a couple things here that are going to be interesting. The sticker tire, we got with the primary tire, and then we've got the option tire used on Ross Chastain's car. So a couple things that we got to keep our eye on. It that'll be a cool option tire with, I would say, pretty close to the same amount of laps that the guys on the racetrack still already have.
I just want to reiterate, I did take Joey Logano to win the race today in the pre-race prediction. He's going to be 15th on the restart, first of those on 4 fresh Goodyears. Will fresh primary tires outweigh the option tires that have about 15 laps on them? It's going to be interesting. There's really only 5 or 6 drivers that have the fresh primaries. I don't know if that's going to even the playing field a little more, or if that's going to be a gain. I guess it's definitely not going to hurt the drivers that decided to pit. This is definitely throwing a wrench in the strategy side of things. Eric Jones putting options on. I think those might be scuff options, though. For the 43 back in 19th. We'll see how that fires off for him. Can't imagine that's going to be any better than the tires that a lot of these teams already have on at the front of the field. I feel like whenever they put on scuffs in situations like this, they're never anywhere as good as the stickers. But I guess we shall see if that will be the trend again here today with the option tires. So we're going to have just over 15 laps to go on this restart. Our final green flag run to the checkered coda last week was 14 laps. Though we've had many more cautions today than we did last week. We only had 2 for incident. We've had 7 of them this week. Stage 3 has yielded 3 cautions for incident. 2 of them each in stage 1 and 2. And then the 2 stage ends at lap 60 and 185 have been our 9 cautions. Just over 3 hours and 10 minutes into the race for where we're at right now. And we are going to have a restart with about 17 laps to go. Bell inside of row 1 yet again. Hamlin on the outside. No surprise there. Christopher Bell going to try to survive yet another restart. He's done a great job. And honestly, he's pulled clear into turn 1, if not at the start-finish line, almost every time he has restarted as the control car. Trying to go for 3 wins in a row. Only 2 other drivers in NASCAR history have won races 2 through 4 in a row. That was Kevin Harvick in 2018 and Bill Elliott in 1992. Elite list here Christopher Bell's trying to do for himself. I will also reiterate that neither Elliott nor Harvick won the championship in those seasons. Christopher Bell trying to win back-to-back Spring Phoenix races also. Fans on their feet. Here we go. Late race restart. At least one of them. Green flag back in the air. Hamlin had a huge push from Kyle Larson, getting through the restart zone. That really launched the 11 in the correct direction here, and he's got a chance to get to the lead. Bell sails it off deep on entry into 1 and 2. Hamlin actually went wide. Loses time. Larson up the middle to get to the inside of the 11. Side by side for second. Hamlin had a chance there, but he overdrove the entry into 1 on the outside. Slipped too far up the racetrack. Bell well clear. Josh Berry gets the 4 just behind the 5 and the 11, who are still door to door and nearly make a little bit of contact off turn 4. Larson hanging on the left rear corner panel. Hamlin blocks going down into turn 1 now. Taking the line away of the 5 as Josh Berry tries to close from 4th. Alex Bowman on the outside of the 17 of Chris Buescher. Larson still side drafting the left rear corner panel of Hamlin. This time down the back straightaway before entering turn 3. Around. William Byron on the restart gets to 7th as he got by Kyle Busch. One other car as well, as he was in 9th. And how about Zane Smith in the top 10 for the first time today, up to 9th. Great run at the finish for Zane Smith at Front Row Motorsports. Alex Bowman is up into the top 5 after just getting by Chris Buescher. Buescher trying to play a little bit of defense on Byron. There was one Hendrick car in the top 10, and that was Byron before the green flag pit stops were about to begin midway through stage 3. And now we've got all 4 Hendrick cars up in the top 10. Chase Elliott in 10th, Byron 7th, Bowman 5th, Larson 3rd. What a turnaround for those 4. Byron's been battling side by side with Chris Buescher for a few laps now. Kyle Busch up on the outside trying to get a run of his own. 2 cars in front of him are side by side. We'll see if he takes the 3-wide dive into 1. He looks to the bottom, trying to get clean air on the nose on the inside. Can he pull through off the exit of the corner to still get there? No, he will not. Joey Logano on the fresh primary tires did gain a few positions. He is up to 12th now. He has passed 3 cars on the option tires of Austin Dillon, and Ty Gibbs. But he's not soaring through the field at a rapid enough rate to feel that he would have a decent chance at winning this race. Not only not enough laps left, but the pace isn't there either. It's been at least 3 laps that the 24 and the 17 have been side by side. And they haven't slowed each other up enough doing so that Kyle Busch hasn't been able to get a massive run to try to get by both cars. Either that or Busch is just being patient enough, but I would imagine just the dirty air in multiple lanes. There's nowhere for him to go to be able to get the run off the exit of the corner needed to try to make the pass. Byron finally clears Buescher off of turn 2 for 6th. Difference is about a half a second at the front of the field for Bell over Hamlin. 10 laps to go at the line.
Position to get out of here with a top 5 finish.
Those are show dogs on the side of that car.
Right behind them, Zane Smith. He gets out of here, 10 to go. In the top 10 would be a good run for him. Oh, Buescher in the wall on the outside of Kyle Busch.
Seventh place they're fighting for with 9 to go. Denny Hamlin, 6/10 of a second back. His lap times are within 1/100th of a second of Chris Bell, but not quicker.
Yeah, well, the guy behind them that's making up some ground is that 5 car of Kyle Larson. He's opened that racetrack up. He's in the middle lane right here, 3rd lane up off the corner of turn 4, but he's running the top side of that racetrack. And Denny Hamlin's, well, we got one in the wall.
Oh, Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs, it is. And caution is out with 8 to go.
One Toyota screws another.
Another right front, completely smoked off the front of this thing. Maybe another rotor.
10th caution of the day. Ty Gibbs was 13th.
Not what Christopher Bell wanted to see. He had set sail.
Yeah, his teammate was in position. They were in position, Joe Gibbs Racing, for a 1-2 finish. And this caution comes out. And Ty Gibbs' last 8 races.
Oh, jeez.
He's going to add another one outside the top 25, it appears. Here at Phoenix.
Rough.
Here's a look at what happened.
Those are big pieces. I think it's the exact same thing. I think it was another rotor, blew the tire out.
Toyota brake failures.
Right, couldn't stop.
Second one.
Yeah, it's very rare when you see a car crashing like that if you've got a right front flat that the left front tire is not smoked with your foot locking up the brakes. And that car is leaving marks on the ground because it's going so fast, sliding out of control.
Caught Gillum, that's a free pass.
That's a big rotor trunk right there, I think.
Yeah.
Now, in a story ripped from the pages of Formula One, on the last caution, Michael McDowell came in and got a set of fresh tires, and you know what he did? He went out and ripped off the fastest lap of the race.
Wow.
133.23 miles per hour for McDowell. So there's a championship point if it holds up. And with everybody's option tires now used, it likely will. That is Glendale, Arizona. State Farm Stadium, and Glendale is home to Michael McDowell. He and Alex Bowman, the two Arizona natives in the field. Bowman from Tucson. Well, Larry, 6 laps to go. What do you want to do here?
Well, we're only going to probably have 2 or 3 laps to go racing. I think everybody at the front, their bed is made. We may have some guys at the back with 19 drivers on the lead lap to hit pit road, but you're up front, your bed is made. You've got to live with it.
Pit road opens. A couple of takers at the back.
Well, the interesting thing here will be that launch. We saw Denny Hamlin be pretty aggressive with where he placed his car going into the restart zone and through the restart zone. Didn't cause him any harm, no penalty or anything, but that launch is going to be important. And I think Christopher Bell has a better car, but if Denny can keep himself side by side through turns 1 and 2, it could at least change the complexion and also see if he can get that right front tire off.
I think it was up high. No,
It's
welded on, huh?
so apparently Ross Chastain did not like that worn set of option tires because he just opted for a new set of the primary tires to finish this off.
And I think the longer that these worn tires go on these option tires on these reds, that these guys have to stay out. Those sticker tires, you'll be able to pump the air pressure up a little bit, put yourself in a better position compared to the guys on the reds. The wild card in this whole thing is that 5 car right there. We know Christopher Bell, he's had the best car all day. Denny Hamlin, I think if he had 100% clear track, might be able to hold up a good fight against Christopher Bell, but we know that Kyle Larson will put that car anywhere it needs to go. And I think as these tires get worn, we saw him move up the racetrack, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get outside of that box of normal restarts as to where the car goes and where he'll put it on the racetrack. This guy's had a great day. Josh Berry, Wood Brothers have done a great job and brought Josh in, and we know he's had great success on the short tracks. Got a bad situation at Stewart Haas Racing. Got a great team behind him right now. Stable ground, putting up a great day. Alex Bowman, he's rebounded well.
He's showing when the time's right. That's right. A big rebound for Alex Bowman and company. You look right behind him, it's his teammate. Was up front all day long. Caution came out while they were in the pits. Not ideal at all. And he's dug his way back up to the front.
So you have Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas against Hendrick Chevrolets and the Wood Brothers Ford among the top 6. Then RFK Racing in 7th, Richard Childress Racing in 8th, Front Row Motorsports in 9th, and Hendrick in 10th. A lot of different organizations in that top 10. John Hunter Nemechek in 11th, going for his 3rd top 10 in 4 races this year. And Joey Logano, the Dillon brothers, Ryan Preece, Chastain, Jones, Gilliland, Reddick, and Cindric, the lead lap cars.
What do you think Joe Gibbs was thinking right there?
Well, I'm sure you
Don't wreck yourselves.
don't run each other. Let's win this race.
But you're on your point to Larson, and look where he went. He chose that outside. He wants that outside. If this Hamlin, if he slips up the least little bit going for the win, Larson will be there for the take.
And I think on these older tires, I think that the apron and being really good on that apron is going to be a little harder to do through 1 and 2. I think the option is going to be high. You don't want to get yourself pinned low. And I think Larson thinking, okay, I'll have more options if I can choose this outside groove and not get pinned on the bottom. Because if they get to your right rear quarter panel, you're stuck.
All right, we're setting up for the final restart of the race, potentially. This is not technically overtime, but there is only 2 laps to go when we get the green flag. Christopher Bell will be inside of row 1 on the restart yet again. Denny Hamlin will be on the outside. And the 2 JGR Toyotas that lead the field enter turn 3. Bell will be the first to launch. There he goes. Green flag back in the air. He waited to the end of the zone, and Denny Hamlin gets a pretty good launch of his own right. William Byron 3 wide down to the bottom of the racetrack for third. Underneath Josh Berry, Kyle Larson. Hamlin and Bell are pretty tightly here. Bell might lose the lead. Near contact off turn 2. Larson's got a head of steam, and he's trapped behind both the JGR Toyotas in front of him. He'll push Denny Hamlin out in front first. Hamlin is still wide in the center of 3 and 4, trying to hold a steady wheel. And he leads at the line. More contact off 4, white flag in the air. Final lap, Bell on the bottom. Hamlin is still up high, trying to hold on strong. And Larson in third place. Bell's going to slide clear off turn 2. No, not clear. Hamlin still sticks his nose in there. Bell's got to give him room again. A second chance for Larson on the back straightaway, but nowhere to go. Dead heap into 3. Bell moves up the racetrack. Into Hamlin. Bottom lane open for Larson, but he's not going to get there. Bell blocks him and holds on to win it. Christopher Bell, 3 wins in a row. Christopher Bell is a winner for the 3rd consecutive week. And still a 1-2 finish for Joe Gibbs Racing, despite the aggressiveness by both the 11 and the 20 down the stretch. 2 days in a row, we get side-by-side finishes on 2-lap shootouts in the Xfinity and the Cup Series. Unbelievable. Christopher Bell wins it. Margin of victory, just over 4/100ths of a second. And the top 4 did not change in the running order on that final restart, despite everything that happened there in those final 2 laps. 3 in a row, Christopher Bell. Back-to-back Spring Phoenix wins, his 2nd win at the racetrack. Awesome victory here for Christopher. He's had all 3 of them have been close, though. If you really think about it, all 3 have come down to the final lap. This one probably the closest of them. And he has won at Vegas before, where we go next week. Can he go 4 in a row? What a start to the season here in 2025 for Bell, after narrowly missing the championship 4 last year. What a redemption arc. 10 cautions, 17 lead changes, 73 laps under yellow. Total elapsed time, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 53 seconds. And we finished under the regulation length of 312 laps and 312 miles.
He's perfect. It's his time to shine.
Well, he's definitely shining, Clint, that's for sure. And he's putting it on with some great talent there. Great racecraft. Great job by Christopher Bell again.
How about that one, Regan?
What a battle at the end. Christopher Bell wins his 3rd race in a row. You had a dominant car for the majority of the day, but it did not come without some drama at the end of the race, having to race your teammate Denny Hamlin. How in the world did you get that one done side by side across the line?
How about that one, race fans? Oh my gosh, man. That was about as whenever you're sitting there dreaming it up, that's about as ugly as it gets. So you put the red tires on, you're like, all right, what I don't want to happen is go like 20, 30 laps and get a yellow. Then that happened. Then we went like 10 more laps, we had another yellow, and it was just all about who could get clear on the restart. Neither of us could, and we were just racing really, really hard there. How about that?
Christopher Bell wins his 3rd in a row in a thriller at Phoenix.
Well, let's have a look at that last lap. Clear one more time. Was Larson 3rd, side by side here.
Denny did a great job of getting to his outside bumper down here in this corner. I thought he had him cleared. He got through the middle good. And then right at the end, Denny grabbed a handful of throttle. Watch this. Got to his right rear right there. And that's what put him in position where Bell just couldn't seal him off right there.
Yeah, and then they went down in here into turn 3, and Bell kind of sent it into the corner, got up the racetrack into Denny a little bit. Nothing, no harm, no foul.
bounced off his door and back to the start-finish
Wow.
line first.
And Bell got a bit of a shot there from Kyle Larson coming to the line. And here's Jamie with the runner-up in the closest finish in the history of Phoenix.
Closest finish in the history of Phoenix, Danny, but I heard your radio. Describe just the frustration. Best run of the year, but you come so close.
Yeah, great job by the Sport Clips team. They just got better and better as it went. Pit crew did a phenomenal job. That it's got us, keep us in the game when we had a bad stop in the middle, and they made up for it at the end. And it's the first time we were able to get some clean up air all day, and obviously our car was really fast, and I really kind of wanted it to stay green there. Because I thought in the long run it's really where we were going to be able to excel, especially on these tires. But we got a good restart. The 5 really gave me a great push on the front stretch on the restart, and then down the back stretch to so I had kind of position on the 20, but I knew he was going to ship it in there, and if he had to use me, he could, and obviously we just kind of ran out of racetrack there, but great finish, and great job by the whole Joe Gibbs team to give us some fast cars.
Thanks, Danny.
A 1-2 for Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas. Kyle Larson Chevy third. Josh Berry's 4.
Christopher Bell, unbelievable. And for the second day in a row, we have the top 3 finishing within 1/10 of a second of each other there at the start-finish line with a 2-lap shootout to the finish. Wasn't quite 3 wide like it was yesterday at the line, but still side by side there. Photo finish. Christopher Bell wins the race by 49 1/1000ths of a second margin of victory. Total there just under 500ths of a second at the line. We'll go through the full field finishing order here. We got Christopher Bell again with the win, 3 in a row. Denny Hamlin finishes second, Kyle Larson third, Josh Berry fourth, and Chris Buescher in fifth. William Byron sixth, Alex Bowman seventh, Kyle Busch and Abe Zane Smith ninth, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10. Ross Chastain in 11th, Austin Dillon 12th, Joey Logano 13th, John Hunter Nemechek 14th, Ryan Preece in 15th, 16th for Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland 17th, Eric Jones 18th, Austin Cindric 19th, and Tyler Reddick last car in the lead lap in 20th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 21st, AJ Allmendinger 22nd, Daniel Suarez 4 laps down in 23rd, Cody Ware 6 laps down in 24th, Ty Gibbs DNF'd in this race, finishing 25th. Noah Gragson finished on track 9 laps down in 26th. Michael McDowell, who turned the fastest lap of the race today with a 27.02, finished 22 laps down. He had multiple right rear tires go down in this race. Ryan Blaney ends up finishing in 28th with a DNF as well. Bubba Wallace 29th, Catherine Legg 30th, Shane Van Gisbergen 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Carson Hocevar 36th, and Riley Herbst will round out our 37-car field here today. So based off the pre-race predictions, we'll go through that real quick here. My must-haves, I had Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, William Byron. Byron, the only one of which to get a top 10 finish, finishing in 6th today. Joey Logano off strategy with the penalty early on that really ended up hurting him for the finish here. Ended up 13th at the end of it. Ryan Blaney was running in the top 10 all day, top 5 until the engine issue started to arrive early in stage 3. And by the time the engine finally gave way, he was running, I think, either 8th or 9th at the time. And instead ends up finishing in 28th. Chris Buescher, who was one of the sleepers for today's race. I told you guys he was like my 4th or 5th favorite to win the race. He was probably my 5th just behind Christopher Bell on my ranking list for who I thought could have won the race. And he ends up with a top 5, finishing in 5th. That's 3 straight top 5s for Buescher at Phoenix now. And it's 4 straight top 10s for him. Carson Hocevar, who was also on that list, unfortunately DNF, finishing 36. Hard, violent crash there with the 11-car crash on turn 2 in the early going of stage 2. And Michael McDowell had the multiple flat right rear tires, so 1 for 3 on the sleepers, 1 for 3 on the must-haves. The don't-have list, finishing outside the top 10 this week. Who did I curse? And did they finish outside the top 10? Austin Cindric did finish outside the top 10, I do believe, 19th for him. So he's 0 for 7 with the next-gen car on top 10, despite the speed we see from Penske here. Kyle Busch snuck in with an 8th place finish. Alex Bowman 7th. So rare situation. We're only go 1 for 3 on the don't-haves. Ultimately, not a good week for me. I had a really good week with the predictions at COTA. Not so much this week here at Phoenix, which is odd that I was that far off on a non-drafting or super speedway track. Usually those are the only ones that I'm like so far off on. But yeah, definitely a different race. The option tire definitely led for more strategy than I even initially thought we were going to see in this race as well. Kyle Larson, who finished third, is standing with Regan Smith.
Throw seat to that battle. Were you thinking maybe those guys might slip up and let you get up there?
I felt like that was my only hope. So yeah, I feel like I made the correct decisions there. I don't know. I'd have to look back at it, but I thought being patient, to try and keep them side by side down the back was good. I could have shot to the bottom, but I feel like I would have wrecked everybody there. So, yeah, and then just kind of gave ourselves a shot for them to maybe get into each other and us squeak by. So, good to finish third. I felt like we were going to be lucky to finish top 10, and pit crew did a great job there that last stop. They made good adjustments compared to our first, option tire run too. So, yeah, I got better, but need to be a lot better to have any shot to win here in the fall when it really matters. So, good to get a good, great to get a solid finish in here. It's been kind of a struggle for us here to start the year. So happy about that, and go to Vegas and try and do good again.
Thanks, Cal. All right, thank you, Ken.
All right, so you just heard from, again, third place finisher Kyle Larson for this race today. If we get any other interviews, you'll get to listen into that as well. Time to go through the Fantasy League. You can join the app. It is free to sign up. All you need is your email. And you'll want to join the KRC League, because if you win our league championship for either the regular season and or the playoffs, you'll win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. As you can see, I'm on NASCAR.com's homepage. And for this webpage here, you can see Fantasy. You'll want to click on that. And then Fantasy Live over here on the left would be where you'll want to join our league. Again, KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. And we'll put that in the chat real quick. There we have it. So this week I had Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson. Blaney having the DNF, and Joey Logano finishing outside the top 10. I was probably favoring those two to compete for the win today, as I'm sure a lot of others were probably thinking that as well, but they ended up both finishing outside the top 10. I did have top 10 finishers for the others, and Chris Buescher ended up actually outscoring Blaney, though Buescher with no stage points, and Blaney not having the engine issues before the start of stage 3. That's why I left the lineup the way it is. So although I left points in the garage this week, I'm not upset with the decision making behind that. As far as the head-to-head matchups, I had Logano beating Blaney. That was right. I had Elliott beating Chastain. That was right. I had Bell over Larson. That was correct. And I had Hamlin over Busch. So that really bailed me out. It wasn't a bad week for me, but going 4 for 4 in the head-to-heads, that's very rare. So I will take that. And I end up finishing second this week with 238 points. Evan 4848 will be our Phoenix Spring winner in the KRC League with 254 points. Again, I was in second there, and that will end up being a 16-point victory for Evan 4848. Hercules Harrigan with 233 points finishes in third. The Plow V3 in fourth with 228, and 226 for P-Shat Motorsports, who finishes in third. So again, congratulations to Evan 4848 for winning this week in the Fantasy League. That is going to wrap up our live commentary content of today's Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix. Hopefully you enjoyed. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is to get to 100 likes on the stream, and we are currently at 91. We might get there after I end it. I know that was the case for the practice and qualifying stream yesterday afternoon, so although we didn't get to the goal on stream, hopefully we get there soon after. Be sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet as well. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers on the channel. Obviously, very close to 6,000 here as we close in through these next couple of weekends. Tattered Tot, thanks for tuning in. Easy E Network, I don't think I shouted you guys out there towards the late going. That might have been in the chat, as well as any other newcomers that were tuning in there under the late race cautions in this one. Congratulations to Christopher Bell for winning 3 races in a row. And we'll go over the schedule for next weekend here before we get out and end this stream. We'll have 4 live commentary streams ranging from Friday through Sunday next week. And we'll begin things off with the Craftsman Truck Series race at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That will be at 9 p.m. Eastern next Friday night. So kind of a late stream there on the West Coast Racing. Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, we will be live for the Craftsman Truck Series race. Then we will go live for the first time on Saturday out of 2 streams with NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying, which will be airing again on Amazon Prime Video. That will begin at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, with our NASCAR Xfinity Series race following that stream at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. And with the NASCAR Cup Series at Vegas again next weekend as well, same start time as we had here today, 3 p.m. Eastern, beginning with our pre-race show, where we will have my in-depth predictions for who I think will run well, not run well for next week's race, highlighting the Fantasy League just as we did here down the stretch in the post-race, and then we will also have some trivia like we have had the first few weeks of the season on the Cup streams as well. Greatly appreciate everybody that tuned in again, and I hope to see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Congratulations to Christopher Bell, and have a good rest of your Sunday night, everybody. See you next week.